It is Ride Your Bike to the Ballpark Day at Coors Field. Perfect day to do it. Welcome inside 20th and Blake. A gorgeous Sunday afternoon for all of you. Rubber game of this three-game set between the Rockies and the New York Mets. Game 3 of a 9-game homestand as well. And good afternoon, everybody. With George Frazier, I'm Drew Goodman. The Rockies will send Jamie Moyer to the hill today against Johan Santana, a couple left-handers. Now, Santana's kind of a grizzled old vet. He's 33. Just a puppy, though, isn't he?
Yes, he is, just a puppy. And I'll tell you what, Santana pitched really well for Minnesota. He came over here, he's battled injuries, yet won a lot of games for this ball club. Now that he's healthy again, he's pitching that way. 24 strikeouts and 18 innings pitched. He's feeling good. The arm's healthy. Came back last year and had to go to St. Lucie, had the surgery, but on opening day he made some pitches when he needed to. That changeup's still devastating. He's able to throw that into the zone with a sinking fastball. He'll ride the heater up on the left-handers and get some strikeout. Jamie Moyer, well, what else can you say about Jamie Moyer? He takes the mound, probably been the most consistent starting pitcher that the Rockies have had to date. I mean, this guy's gone out and given you multiple innings. He's gone out and been able to work deeper into ball games. He's been able to command all of his pitches, and yet still strikes guys out. I don't care if it's 79 to 69 miles an hour. What's the difference in variance if you throw 94 and throw an 84-mile-an-hour changeup? He's 79, and it shows you a 70. It's still a change of speeds and a matter of being able to place the ball in location where you want it.
One of the common ingredients between these two guys, they are very shrewd pitchers.
Shrewd and competitive. Both these guys cannot stand to lose, and oh yeah, they're left-handed.
Absolutely. Santana doesn't throw as hard as he used to. Moyer, he hasn't thrown hard in a long time. It's a great matchup on the hill. We'll talk Dexter Fowler when we come back.
The Mets, there's Dexter Fowler. He is in the lineup, and what a series Dexter has had. Fowler, 4 for 9 so far against the Mets in this series, and a couple of home runs. Let's take a look at his homer from last night. And this is hitting in the 8th spot in the order. His swing looks sweet. He's back up to number 2. Jim Tracy says that swing is one of the reasons why he's hit home runs, but it doesn't have to be that way all the time.
I don't personally want to see him get so involved to the point where we see one fly ball after another with that type of speed. You know, I think the better approach is, you know, try to barrel up the ball and square it up and hit it and create backspin with a hard ground ball or a hard line drive in mind, and all of a sudden here goes a ball in the air and it just carries out of the ballpark. You know something? I know for a fact you can hit 15 or 20 home runs that way.
Dex is feeling good about things. He'll be in center, hitting second. The lineup a little bit changed here on Sunday. Chris Nelson, the right-handed third baseman, he'll hit 8th. Giambi's in at first base, and Ramon Hernandez, the starting catcher, back behind the dish with Jamie Moyer on the hill. Rockies trying to win this series if they can take Game 3 against the Mets. First pitch coming your way next with Drew and George right here on Root Sports.
Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, moving forward. By CenturyLink, fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. By Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, I hope you're situated at home, nice and comfortable. Maybe you got an early morning bike ride in. Rockies and Mets. And then the Rockies will welcome in the Los Angeles Dodgers. There is Denver Christian's Kirk Neuenhuis. He will lead things off again for Terry Collins. He's done a very nice job after being called to the big leagues. Couple games into the season. Starting lineup for Terry Collins, similar to last night. Ruben Tejada, he's had a great series. Daniel Murphy, David Wright, Lucas Duda, he drove in 4 yesterday. Scott Hairston had the cycle on Friday night. Ike Davis will bat 7th. Josh Tolley catching and batting 8th. And then Johan Santana. Jamie Moyer's warmed up twice, George. Sorry.
Yeah, 3 times. They're waiting on the clock. I mean, they're not supposed to start the game, so television can get all those advertisements in. As we just did, 1-2 record this season, 268 career wins. Obviously pitched very, very well here at Coors Field. A couple of starts, 1-1. overall. He's only given up 2 earned runs in 12+ innings here at Coors Field.
So now we're ready to go. First pitch from Jamie Moyer is in there. Strike 1 on Kirk Neuenhuis.
And Jamie, along with that theory, like a lot of pitchers, keep it on the ground. You got an opportunity. 48 ground ball outs. This is a line drive up the middle base hit.
A little breaking ball, and Neuenhuis didn't try to do a lot with it. So Neuenhuis is aboard, and that'll bring up Ruben Tejada. 55 degrees game time temperature. It's one of those days, George, where it's really sunny out, and if you're in the sun, it's plenty warm. But if you're in the shade, you say, "Woo, it's a little chilly."
Got a coat on.
And Tejada getting set at the plate. Tejada 12 for 30, hitting .400 against lefties this year, and that pitch misses. Here's a look at the Rockies defensively. They'll have that familiar threesome in the outfield: Cargo, Dexter Fowler, Michael Kadire. Chris Nelson back in the lineup. He's been battling a sore wrist. Tulowitzki, Scudero, Giambi at first, and Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. So one of the things that Jim Tracy's done, George, the last couple of days is give guys a break at different times so it doesn't all come on Sunday.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he probably started to look at that and said, you know what, I'm giving too many of the frontline guys breaks on Sunday, so I'll keep some of those guys in this lineup. Keep it a stronger lineup that they have to go face.
In the air to center field, and this one is going to drop, and base hit again for Tejada. My goodness, what a series he's had. He's got 8 knocks.
8 knocks. The average now has climbed again. I mean, this guy just seems like it gets better, better, and better.
Well, he came into the series, Frage, at 239. He's over 300 with that base hit.
Exactly. He has swung the bat very well.
And now the guys that did so much damage last night, particularly with 2 outs, Daniel Murphy, David Wright, Lucas Duda. Need a double play ball here.
3-0 hitters haven't done much damage against Jamie Moyer this year. 2 for 12 overall.
Murphy's 3 for 10 in the series. Moyer coming off a no decision in Pittsburgh. He left with a 2-1 lead after 6 strong innings, allowed a run on 6 hits. Walked 3, punched out 3. Nice change of pace there. 1 and 2.
The ability to manipulate the baseball is huge for Jamie Moyer. In, out, up, down.
And for Jamie, George, you know, we always talk about changeups being about 10-12 miles an hour slower than the fastball. In Jamie's case, his fastball average is 78 miles an hour. His changeup average is 71. So it's not as big a disparity, but because his fastball's so beneath the radar, it works.
It works great for him. I mean, he's got that 6, 7, 8 mile an hour variance. He also has the movement that he creates. He cuts, he sinks, he rises, creates outs. He knows, you know, he pitches. What's the best way to say it? Pitches to the situation. He needs a double play ball now. Let's try to get a ball on the ground. And I mentioned earlier, 48 ground ball outs, and he starts this year.
Runner takes off for third, and it's fouled off. Neuenhuis will go back. Tejada will go back.
Had a pretty good read there on Jamie. One look and go. They took advantage of it.
George, as many times as you tell yourself, vary your moves and so forth, is it hard sometimes not to get in a pattern?
Absolutely it is. Because you're so focused on the hitter, you just fall, you kind of forget the guy back there.
No movement now, and that pitch is off the plate, so it's 2 and 2. 2 singles greet Jamie Moyer to begin the ball game. Nobody out. The Mets have really swung the bats in this series. With those 2 singles, they have 32 hits. And this is their 19th inning of baseball action. That misses 3 and 2. Mets won last night 7-5. They trailed twice in the game, so it goes down as their 7th come from behind victory of the year, which is tied for the most in baseball with the Yankees and Brewers. 3-2, and this is also out of play.
With a guy like Moyer, this is the type of situation at times will drive you crazy. All the foul balls that aren't being hit hard, barely making contact to keep at bats alive and make you throw more pitches. 13 total so far through 3 hitters. 9 of those have been strikes.
Swung on and missed. Big strikeout there.
Well, how do you set up for a 3-2 69-mile-an-hour curveball? You talk about trusting your stuff, believing in making a pitch in a crucial situation in a time of 3 balls, 2 strikes. Moyer just did it. He threw the 69-mile-an-hour slow hook for a strike. That is a thing of beauty.
Andrew McCutcheon, George, had a great line about Jamie Moyer. Jamie handcuffed the Pirates, as we talked about in their last outing. He said, it's like a guy who throws 100. You just don't see it that much. You don't see guys that throw 100, as Jamie has right out in front, and you don't see guys throwing in this mid-70s.
No, you don't. And I think that's the one thing that you look back at and you just say to yourself, wow. I mean, a guy that's really seen Moyer a lot, right? He's at the plate right now, and he's had a lot of success. 415, 4 home runs, 14 RBIs. But Moyer made a really, really nice pitch on the first offering. Count evens up 1-1.
He tried to cut that ball in on the hands of right. David's had great success, as George mentions, against Moyer, and he has ridiculous success here at Coors Field. 377 average after going 3 for 4 last night. And he went back with it.
That's really important. Very important too for Tulowitzki and Nelson to read the signs and read the location, because with the less velocity you're seeing, typically that ball is going to get pulled. So you try to eliminate the hole. That's why Scudero's holding the runner on at second. Keep Tulowitzki more in place of where he normally plays.
Pulled down the line. It's a fair ball. That'll get Neuenhuis home. Tejada's going to get a green light, and here's the throw toward the plate. It's cut off by Moyer, who is really not supposed to be right there. A 2-run double for David Wright. He just keeps on killing the Rockies at Coors Field.
Well, exactly right. Went back to that cutter again, shot that thing completely over third base, and you saw the chalk fly. That helped out the third base umpire Barnett to make the call. As he watched the flight of the ball, you see the white chalk fly in the air. Now you've got 1 out and Wright at second.
Lucas Duda at the plate. Terry Collins did not really change up his lineup dramatically in terms of eliminating left-handers, because lefties came in hitting .333 against Jamie Moyer. This isn't, you know, Clayton Kershaw on the mound where, you know, mid-90s fastball and a big overhand curveball is going to be particularly difficult on a lefty. Mets jump out quickly on Moyer, 2-0. Wright's average goes up to .383 with 8 home runs, 33 driven in 29 games at Coors Field. And it's 3-0 on Duda. Jamie had given up only 3 runs in his 3 earned runs in his previous 3 starts. And ball 4. That'll bring up Scott Hairston. Here's the good news on Hairston. He's 0 for 9 in his career against Moyer. 4 of the first 5 have reached.
Behind 1-0, watching right out at second base. A pretty free lead out there, and he's going.
He's got the bag.
Second stolen base in the series for David Wright. Fly ball now, but gives that opportunity for a tag and score. Big jump. Hernandez went to throw the baseball, but Nelson was playing very deep with a right-handed hitter up. Could not have gotten to the bag. That's why he ate the baseball. Nelson was about 6 feet behind the bag when he looked to throw the baseball.
1 out, first and third. Here's the 1-1 to Hairston on the corner. Pulled the hands in and turned on foul. That was coming from a Met fan in the stands or from the dugout. Fly ball, Scott, fly ball. Situational at bat for Scott Hairston. The one thing he does not want to do is hit it on the ground naturally. So he is trying to find something he can lift, allow David Wright to tag.
And you mentioned 0 for 9 against Jamie Moyer. He's yet to hit into a double play, and it won't happen here. His first base hit will drive in David Wright.
3-0 New York.
He had a couple of flares in the first, and a hard hit ball by Wright and a hard hit ball by Harrison. He picks up his 7th RBI.
And the Mets approach has been patience, and that's not surprising because all year long so far they have been one of the more patient teams in the National League. They've drawn one of the highest walk totals in baseball, and that's what you better have when you face Jamie Moyer. He's the kind of guy, George, as you well know, that'll tie up the big slugger lineup.
Look at all the 3-ball counts so far, Drew. You look at him, and how far is he missing off the plate? You're talking, this goes to what you're talking about with patience and having a really good eye on the baseball. I mean, he's missing a couple inches one way or the other off the plate. If he's getting that call, or he's a little closer to the corner and getting the call, it changes all the at-bats.
And now Big Ike Davis will step in with runners at first and second. And there's the National League team leaders in walks. The Mets are second to the Padres. So they're not going to get themselves out. Jamie Moyer's a master at having hitters do that.
Ike Davis struggled this year. There's no hiding that. With the average of 141, he does have 3 home runs, 7 RBIs. He struggled against left-handers, 4 for 24. And when you're struggling, you start to cheat a lot, and that really plays into the hands of Jamie Moyer as far as maybe getting a ball hit on the ground. He's starting his hands early. His body was going early.
Well, for Johan Santana, you know, he's ready to go. You want to know why, George? This is his 5th start. It's the first time that he has been in the game and the Mets have scored a run. And there's another base hit. Kadire getting to it quickly, and Duda's going to stop at third. Nice job by Michael Kadire. And now the bases are loaded, and Josh Toley's up. That is the 5th hit of the inning.
Let's look at the pitch. Trying to go inside a little bit. Now Davis is out on his front foot, but there wasn't as much cut to that baseball, allowed you to get solid wood on it. And the one thing you're hunting for more than anything else is innings today from Jamie Moyer. He had second most innings on this Rockies club behind Guthrie, but the one thing you want to stay away from is innings pitched out of the Rockies bullpen, because right now the Rockies bullpen coming into today's game is third among relievers in the National League with innings pitched with 66. I mean, very close to Milwaukee and San Diego.
Well, not only that, Frage, this series 18 innings. Starters have thrown 9 for the Rockies. The pen has thrown 9. 50-50 ratio is not what you're looking for.
Not at all. 17 opportunities for the Mets this year. They've come up with 1 hit with the bases loaded.
And totally got on 3 pitches.
Swung at a pitch off the plate, out of the zone, and that fed right into what Moyer's trying to get accomplished.
And now,
good pitch.
2 outs. Santana coming up as the Mets have hit around with the bases loaded.
Do the big sweeper. Ahead in the count on a sweeping slider, everything out in front. You can see it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo, how far he's out on this front foot here. Then the head's gone, the hands are gone. Had no shot at that pitch. Good job by Jamie Moyer.
Santana can hit a little bit. In fact, he hit a home run in 2010. At third is Lucas Duda, Scott Hairston at second, Ike Davis at first. A walk and 2 singles. And this is a line drive to right, grabbed by Kadire, thankfully. 3 runs, 5 hits at the top of the first for the Mets against Jamie Moyer. Been much worse. Line drive by Santana, gloved by Kadire, and you had Tolley up there prior to that with the bases loaded and 1 out. So fortunately, it's just 3 runs. Johan Santana on the hill, Marco Scudero riding a 7-game hitting streak, the longest hitting streak for a Rocky this season. He'll begin things for Jim Tracy. Here's the Southwest batting order. Dexter Fowler hit 8th the last couple of days, produced a couple of home runs. He slides back to the 2-hole. Then Cargo too low. Kadire will bat 5th in front of Giambi. When Giambi has started this year, he's always batted 5th. Just a little flip-flop there. Ramon Hernandez, he's swinging the bat well. Hit a grand slam on Friday. Chris Nelson back in the lineup. He has swung the bat well here at Coors Field, not so well on the road. Santana 0-2 this year. But as I mentioned a moment ago, this is the first time he has been in a ball game where the Mets have scored. They have not scored yet.
Isn't that amazing?
Until today, when he has pitched, and he's pitched very well.
Well, he's pitched very well. 3 ERA. He's given up 14 hits in 18 innings. He's struck out 24. He's walked 8. And since coming over to Minnesota, where he was 93 and 44, that's a big number. in the American League. The Mets signed him as a free agent, and unfortunately, because of injuries, he has not been able to make that many starts, but yet 40 and 25. First year with the Mets when he was healthy, 16 and 7. Led the league in earned run average, led the league in innings pitched, 234.
A couple Cy Young awards. He is masterful, and they didn't know what they were getting after the injury, the layoff from a year ago. Didn't pitch at all.
Very disciplined.
Yeah, he's a very hard-working guy, and the Mets have to be thrilled so far. George, in 18 innings, he has struck out 24, allowed just 14 hits. It seems Santana-like, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I mean, this is what the guy's done. He's really handled like the 3- and 4-hole hitters in a lineup. They've only hit 0.67 against him.
Strike 3 on Scudero. It's the first time this year that Scudero's been caught looking. So 1 out, and that'll bring up Dexter Fowler. Dexter tied for the club lead in home runs with 4. Last couple of ball games, 4 hits, including the 2 home runs last night. Tried to ignite the Rockies with a home run with 2 outs in the 9th inning, and then the triple by Colvin. Giambi hit the ball really hard, but a very nice running catch by Kirk Neuenhuis ended the ball game. Dexter in from the right side. The 2 home runs were left-handed. 4 for 21 from the right side this year. You break down Santana, George, and you compare him to years past. Johan not throwing as hard. 2006, for instance, his average fastball is better than 93 miles an hour. That's a pretty hard thrower.
Very hard thrower.
And now his average fastball so far this year is right around 88 miles an hour. And there were years he'd throw the changeup, George, almost a third of the time. That's interestingly is down a little bit, and he's throwing more fastballs, which means he must be sinking a little bit, cutting it a little bit also.
He's pitching. Yep. He's pitching, and I think that's the one thing that he's learned. When you know you have that changeup in your hip pocket and you go get it whenever you want, you get into those certain situations. He's not throwing the breaking ball as much.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, when you can go get that type of changeup, you know who that reminds me of, and again, I should say this player reminds me of Santana, and watching it, you can see that grip. It's that circle change grip. And watch how he really gets inside this thing and pronates. Look at the turn of that arm on the inside. So that creates the fade and sink on the baseball. Is Edward Cabrera in Tulsa. He's got a changeup similar to this that he'll throw in any count. He doesn't care. That's how much confidence he has in it. I don't know if Santana, you know, obviously he's watched somebody to develop that pitch because it is special.
How about this? Have we ever seen a shift on for Cargo? This is a Giambi-like shift. They shift in the infield and they play opposite gap in the outfield. 1-1.
Changeups from right-handers can give Cargo fits if they run it away from him. It would be interesting to see because a lot of times left-handers won't throw it to left-handed batters.
Look at that, Cargo.
Why not?
Yeah, thought he lined up like he's going to swing, lifted the leg, and then he was going to drop a bunt down as he did last night.
David Wright's playing deep. Everybody's far back on the right side.
And if he gets the bunt down, all David Wright's going to do is pick it up and hand it to Johan Santana. He will not have a play. 2-1. And it's 3-1.
Seems like a lot of energy by Santana in his pitches against Gonzalez. Not as much smoothness in the delivery, and as a result, the 3-1 count. Yeah. Trying to make a special pitch.
And a base hit the other way for Carlos Gonzalez.
On a fastball at 90.
Pretty good piece of hitting there, George.
Great piece of hitting there. After you saw a steady diet of slider, change-up, slider. Now you go fastball away. Look, he bailed on it. Look at the back foot drop out. Watch this back foot right here on the swing. This is what's amazing to me. All the weight's out on the front foot on this fastball. Now watch how that foot, look at that foot kick to the backside on it. I mean, that's all nothing but hands inside the ball, out on the front foot. I'm going to the opposite field with this.
Here's Tulo. And Troy's a guy, every once in a while, you'll see his back foot come off the ground. Tulo's hitting 7 of 8. 343 over his last 8 ball games. First time Johan Santana has ever toed the rubber here at Coors Field.
Pretty amazing, huh? Well, when you only see him 3 games, sometimes a 4 spot. I mean, that's, you know, I guess that's understandable. He's just been fortunate enough to miss Coors Field.
This ball's well hit to center field. NYN is going to be able to make the play, though. 1 inning complete at 20th and Blake. The Mets leading 3-0. Moyer in the first inning, and they hit around, so it'll be Kirk Neuenhuis leading things off again. Looking to save energy and money? Find out how the little changes add up at TogetherWeSave.com. Your local Touchstone Energy Cooperative, delivering reliable power, energy saving tools, and more. Let's check in with Mark Stout. Mark?
Hey, Drew, I wanted to run something by George. I was talking to Jamie Moyer after BP on Friday, and he said the transition from spring training to the regular season this year was different than in the past. In the past, it seemed to be just a flow right into the regular season, but he said he faced the Giants at the end of March, and then they had a different approach against him altogether in the regular season game here at Coors Field. Was that the case for you, George, or was it a smooth transition?
Well, because I was in the bullpen, it's probably a little bit different, but I think you know, when you're at the end of spring training, a lot of times the veterans will play 5 innings and then be done, and sometimes veterans get days off, so I think that was probably a little bit different for Jamie. Plus, I think another thing that Jamie may have not have thought about a lot because of it, he had such a great spring, you saw those numbers, is the fact that he'd been out a year. You know, and he's coming back from surgery. Now it's 2 decks and a lot of umpires and people. And, you know, is this thing going to be a little bit different than what it was from 2010 when I was pitching before he got hurt?
Strike 3 on NYN.
It appears to be a hip side cutter. See him give up on the ball. Goes to get it, thinks the pitch is going to be low. Paul Emmel rings him up.
Ruben Tejada punched a single to center his first time up. He takes strike 1.
Are you cold? You got your coat on?
Yes.
You are cold?
A little bit. And another base hit. Cargo's hustling over to it. Tejada, a wide turn, will stop with his 9th hit of the series. He's going by property here.
Instead of sending a limousine out to get the starting pitcher that you hit pretty good, you might get one here at the park to get rid of him. Man, oh man.
And they haven't been bleeders. I mean, line drives all over the ballpark.
Impressive little player. And he said, Drew, you mentioned last night a couple of times what a tough task it is for him to replace Jose Reyes. He's doing a pretty good job of it now.
He's playing great defense. Daniel Murphy at the plate. He struck out his first time. He's out in front. Foul ball. 0-2. Rockies come in 10-10. Mets are 12-9 despite being outscored coming in by 20 runs. It's always one of those metrics that certainly sabermetricians, general managers I know look at. Give you an idea of where you are, maybe where you should be. It's unusual to be outscored by 20 runs in 21 games and to be 3 games over 500. A big part of that was losing 18-9 on Friday. Runner takes off, throw to second by Hernandez is in time. Beautiful throw by Hernandez to cut down Ruben Tejada. He has really been outstanding so far in a Rockies uniform, both offensively, George, and defensively.
If you give him a chance as a pitcher, you give him a chance by holding a runner. He's going to do this for you. It's a very accurate throw. It's not a rush throw. It's very fundamentally sound. 4 out of 10 now, 40% for Hernandez. That ball's right on the money. That makes that shortstop's job pretty easy.
3-2 count, 2 outs now, nobody on. Murphy at the plate. Center field and another base hit. And that will bring to the plate David Wright.
Well, for the ultimate game experience, there's only one way to do it here at Coors Field. Check out the Super Suites and Conference Centers. It's also available on non-game days, but To watch a game from one of the suites here with your friends, family, it's a good time.
One and one on Wright, who is 15 for 30 on the road this year. 500 average. Pretty good. Tried to get him to go after that cutter a couple times in his first at bat. Wright would bite. Finally got a pitch on the inner half that was in the strike zone. He turned on it and ripped it down the left field line for a 2-run double. To second, Scudero is shaded there. He's going to have to go to first, and he gets right. A couple of hits, but no runs in the inning. 3-0 New York, middle of 2. Kadire will lead off. Giambi and Hernandez in the bottom of the second. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, and Mark Stout. Who wants tacos? We all do. Fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies score 7 or more for the Rockies taco special, text the keyword taco to 720-720. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. Michael brings the .301 average into the ball game, and he fires at the first pitch and fouls it back. Of course, Kadire and David Wright are very good friends. In fact, they spent about 10 minutes visiting with one another during batting practice today once the Mets came out on the field. Both are from that Chesapeake, Virginia area. David was living full-time in Manhattan, and he moved back down to Virginia in the offseason last year. And those two guys work out in the same facility, have a little different schedule. David said because Michael, depending on when he has daddy duty, will sleep in a little bit. So they usually cross paths in the morning as David's leaving and Michael's coming in. Two of the classiest guys in baseball, Kadire and Wright. Here's the 1-2, fouled off. And he got him on the changeup. Ball gets away. And Tolley's throw just in time. It's the third strikeout. 2-3 on the putout.
Breaking ball they expected outside or changeup, and it shot inside and it got away from Tolley. Then he made a high throw, but Nice job by Ike Davis to keep his foot on the bag and extend to catch it. See Tolle in the background going, oh, I hope I don't have too much height on this thing.
So the Mets employ the shift now for Giambi.
Yeah, he's the only guy that's taken Santana deep in his career. Seen him 18 times. All those times in Minnesota, New York, they matched up against each other.
Only 4 hits for Jason. Nobody's made a living wearing out Johan Santana.
Well, think about this. The entire Rockies team, a total of 5 RBIs against him. Giambi grounds out.
And that'll bring up Hernandez. Hernandez also with plenty of experience against Johan Santana. 19 at bats, 4 hits. After with a fastball at 89, it's 0-1. Ramon with 4 home runs. Willeen Rosario has hit a home run. So the catching spots produced 5 big flies this year for the Rockies. Hernandez with a dozen RBIs. Rockies, George, have produced 102 runs in 20 games this year, so they're on pace to score more than 800 runs, and that would be a good sign. It's a high fly ball to center field. And the reason I say that is the last 2 times the Rockies have gone to the postseason, they have scored more than 800 runs. 804 in 2009. In 07, 860. Trailing now 3-0. Sports is brought to you by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. By Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. And by Comcast, advertise your business locally on the network's People Watch. Go to ComcastSpotlight.com for details. The Mets leading 3-0 as we go to the 3rd inning. And some special guests at the ballpark today. And a guy we've become accustomed to seeing over the years. One Peyton Manning, kind of obscured there, and to Peyton's left is Eric Decker. Now Decker was in uniform during batting practice and took BP with the Rockies, and if you didn't know, you think, well, he's one of the players for the Rockies. He played at the University of Minnesota, and he still has great bat speed and a great looking swing. He hit a bunch of balls at the seats today. They're the 2 old friends from Tennessee. And here's Decker. Look at that swing, George.
Nice swing to watch him. Hit over 400 as a freshman, and then I'll concentrate a little bit on football.
He was drafted twice. Milwaukee Brewers drafted him. Peyton loves the game of baseball. He's a good player in high school. It's a funny story about how his two wideouts were the middle infielders on his baseball team, so they'd get off the bus after a ball game back at their high school in New Orleans, and spikes and all, they just run right to the football field because Peyton always had a football in his bag, and he'd run routes and throw routes to the two middle infielders. And here's a little bit more on the high school days of Peyton Manning.
Always a Cardinal fan growing up, but really since I've gotten to kind of got to college, and then I really haven't been in a Major League Baseball town anywhere I've been. New Orleans, Knoxville, Indianapolis, and so, but really since I've been in pro ball, the Rockies are the team that I've kept up with. The team that I check the box score, check to see if Todd, how Todd's hitting, and so it's certainly my team now for sure.
Breaking ball, a strike to Scott Hairston, who singled in a run in the first. Peyton's dad, Archie, so well known as a great NFL quarterback on a lot of bad teams with the Saints back in the Aints days, was a great baseball player. Drafted 4 different times, twice in the 3rd round, once in the 2nd round at Ole Miss. He was a 2-sport star at Ole Miss. There's another hit for Scott Hairston. We were talking, Doug Marino and I, earlier. Great athletes are great athletes, George. I know you were a tremendous high school basketball player, but are we shocked that Archie Manning, with his skill set, also is a terrific baseball player? Eric Decker, great baseball player also, decides to go to the NFL. It worked out pretty nicely.
I wonder if Peyton's little brother was any good.
Cooper's the oldest. And Eli, you talking about?
Yeah. I wonder if he was any good.
Probably.
I just like to be involved in the backyard flag football.
Just be a wideout, right?
Oh, you're going to catch one.
Yeah, if
there won't be any running game.
if you're open, something tells me the ball will be there. 1-1. It's amazing how you're down on the field with professional athletes, and some of these guys have already made big names in baseball, i.e. a guy like David Wright. David Wright came over to Peyton Manning, and I talked to him afterward. He was so excited to meet Peyton Manning.
Sure. I think it goes both ways. I think the football players are very excited to see the baseball guys, and talk to them about 162 game schedules, 35 starts, 34 starts as a starting pitcher, maybe 70 appearances out of a bullpen. When they're talking about 16 weeks and playoffs and all that kind of stuff, I think they like to talk and compare. They're in awe of the fact these guys can play as many games as they do. Baseball players are in awe that there's guys coming across the line trying to take your head off and you're completing a 70-yard pass. I mean, all those things, they love to talk about that stuff.
I told David Wright that Peyton Manning's routine right now in the offseason is he gets to Dove Valley at 5:30 in the morning, doesn't leave till after 6 in the evening. He said, you know what, that's just another reason why I always root for the guy. You can just tell he's got an unbelievable work ethic.
The good ones normally do.
Yeah. He actually said they came in on the bus this morning, and Peyton Manning was driving in right behind them, and he wanted to introduce himself to Peyton Manning. Then he said, but we have this Western theme going because we're going to Houston. Teams do things to keep it light, so everybody's dressed up in like chaps and fake mustaches for the Mets, cowboy hats.
Wouldn't recognize him.
And he's like, I don't want to go up to him right now. Let me wait till hopefully batting practice.
A little page out of
Joe Madden's book down in Tampa, where those guys dress up when they go to the West Coast. They wear the Hawaiian outfits and change it up all the time.
2-2 on Ike Davis. One of the things Decker told me is after taking BP, he said, because I miss it.
Sure they do. I mean, I'm sure it was a great thing about it. He was one of those guys. Maybe he could have been at the big league level here.
This ball's well hit to right toward the corner, and it is a fair ball. Hairston will get a stop sign on the double by Davis. It'll be second and third for Tolley with one out.
The only thing he's thinking about, you're in the third inning. It's Jamie's already thrown 65 pitches in the game. He's been to 100 once this year, but that's a high ball that missed placed by Jamie Moyer up in the strike zone that allowed Ike Davis to extend his arms and drive this ball down into the corner.
Good breaking ball. Well, Tolley, tough out, hitting in the 8th spot in the lineup. Struck out his first time. You have Santana on deck. The infield already down 3-0. Comes in halfway. Hairston maybe a tick above average running at third base. I know it's Coors Field, George, and I know it's early, but this is another one of those real key moments because Santana is dealing based on what we've seen the first couple of innings.
Right,
and you're already down 3.
And that's why the infield is where it is right now. And even the outfield's a little bit shallower than normal. Gonzalez and Fowler try to prevent Ike Davis from scoring on a base hit.
1-2 outside, 2-2.
Chased it earlier when he had him 0-2. This time does not to even the count at 2-2.
Did he go? Yes, he did. That is huge right there. So Moyer strikes out Tolley for the second time in the game, and now if he can get Santana, he'll get out of this mess.
Yeah, he really will. Here, checked on that breaking ball, but did not check. Got way out in front of it. And, Tolley did not get a good read out of the hand. 4 strikeouts now for Moyer through 2 2/3 innings. Not typically his game. Mentioned early in the broadcast, ground ball outs are his game. Santana hit it hard to right field in his first at bat.
You know, and I think of Santana, George, in a lot of years, obviously with your old club, Minnesota, but he's an athlete at the plate. And he looks that way.
Very good athlete at the plate. He works at every part of his trade. When he came over to the National League, he spent a lot of time in the cage becoming not a great hitter, but a guy that's not going to embarrass himself for the club. The way he's bailing a little bit on the left-hander here, be really surprised if they went anything near the plate. Throw that big sweeping slider and get him to chase that thing.
Here's the 0-2.
Wouldn't chase.
No. Good idea, though, Frage.
Absolutely.
Go back there again.
You know, when you're bailing like that, and all of a sudden you run a risk of running something that enters half of the plate, you're going right into the power zone. That's why he pulled that ball in the first inning, pulled the foul ball.
One, two. Got him. Jamie Moyer, back-to-back strikeouts, Tolley and Santana. And he keeps the Rockies in contact with the Mets. Third inning, Chris Nelson, Jamie Moyer, and then Marco Scudero representing the top of the lineup. Join in the conversation with Toyota Talk. We do it every day in the sixth inning. Text Toyota to 720-720. Toyota 720-720. And we'll listen to your thoughts, your questions, share them with other fans. Also, you learn how to win a $500 gas card. Rockies 6-5 at Coors Field so far this year. The Dodgers coming in tomorrow, and then Atlanta. Get those tickets to the Braves series. Final chance to see a future Hall of Famer in Chipper Jones. Chipper announced right before the start of the season that this will be his final campaign. Chipper's one of those guys, George, I think, we'll talk more about it when the Braves are here. If he didn't have so many issues with the knees, he'd probably keep going because he could still swing it.
Oh, yeah. You know, the thing was, as they said, they were talking about how he has an option for next year, and they were like, what, are you kidding me? He announced his retirement. You know, I've made my money. I've been to the World Series. I've had a lot of great things happen in my career. It's time to go home. You know, and for an athlete like Chipper that's been through the knee surgeries, the back problems, that eventually the body tells you it's time.
And evidence that he can still do it. 293 average this year, 3 home runs, 12 ribbies in 13 games. Who wouldn't take that?
They're pretty. And what happens at the end of the year if he's got 25 and 100?
I'm back.
Oh, that option we talked about. Guess what?
I'll keep playing.
Yeah. Chris Nelson, 444 average against left-handers, gets the leadoff walk.
Second base runner for the Rockies. Cargo had a 2-out single in the first. So Jamie Moyer will come up and try to sacrifice against Santana. Santana has struck out 3 so far, coming off an 11 strikeout performance against Miami in 6 2/3. Allowed a run on just 3 hits that day. Got a no decision. It was the 50th time in his great career he has struck out at least 10 in a game. Think about that. That's a great bunt by Moyer. And Santana is going to make the tag. Good job by Jamie Moyer. Nelson to second with 1 out. Marco Scudero coming up. Time now for today's fun fact, brought to you by All Copy Products. All right, Friday night, let's revisit that. The Rockies tied for 8th in club history with 18 runs. A little misleading because they've only scored more than that twice. 19 runs, and their all-time high is 20 runs. So it was one of the great nights at Coors Field. 11 runs in an inning, second most in club history. 2 years ago against the Cubs, they got a dozen in an inning. They batted around twice in an inning in a ball game for the 25th time. That's pretty amazing. Cargo broke a club record. He has 5 ribbies in 1 inning. Ramon Hernandez, 73rd Grand Slam in club history, 7th for Ramon in his career. And Scott Hairston on the Mets side produced a 10th cycle in team history. I want to know on Scudero. He was caught looking his first time up. See if the Rockies can break the ice here. This is.
Well, I want to see the first swing that he would take. Because I look up and Daniel Murphy's the guy holding Nelson on. I mean, he's really over towards the back, so that right side's wide open. Or a bigger hole, I should suggest. And Scudero really tried to inside out the ball and shoot it through that right side. Watch that inside. Watch his hands try to get inside and basically take that ball to the right side of the infield.
Marco hitting .367 during this 7-game hitting streak, and Nelson just did get his hand back in. Just watch everything Santana does. You saw how quickly at 33 he still gets off the mound. Quick feet on that pick attempt, George.
Well, and on that, typically you have the daylight play. Here you just have a flash of the glove. He went and he flashed it hard. That was the sign to Santana to make the pick.
Right side ground ball. He tried to shoot that hole with Murphy over near the bag. Just didn't quite get enough good wood on it. 2 outs, and Dexter Fowler will come up. Dexter struck out swinging his first time. The Rockies can break the ice here against Santana. 2-0. Johan, 2-0 lifetime against the Rockies. He has never given up a run against Colorado. 18 2/3 innings against the Rockies in his career. A zip ERA.
Tells you how good this guy's been and how good he is.
Last time the Rockies saw him, 2010 in August, he threw a 4-hit shutout at him, struck out 10. Special pitcher. On the corner, 2-2. Two, and this is foul. Santana, in addition to winning a couple of Cy Young awards, has been a 4-time All-Star. He's finished in the top 7 in MVP voting twice. These days with Minnesota. Good block by Tolley. 3-2. Carr goes on deck. Good at bat going for Dexter. Where he'll throw that changeup even though it's a 3-2 count. He got him down and in on a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. So Santana prevents Nelson from scoring. 3-0 as we go to the fourth.
In the fourth inning as he trails 3-0. Let's go back to Jamie Moyer's first start against the New York Mets as a Cub, August the 5th of 1986. Take a look at the lineup that he faced. Mookie Wilson led the game off with a home run. You see Keith Hernandez on there? Keith Hernandez was the first left-hander ever to homer off of him in this game, and he remembered it well.
I do remember. I didn't know I was the first one, and I must have been his first start. I don't know. It was 86. I didn't know the year. I know it was in Wrigley, and I know he hung me a curveball, and I hit it to left center field into the bleachers. I remember that.
That was only the fourth home run ever off Moyer. He's given up the most in baseball, 513, but he's still pitching today against the Mets. Drew, George?
Yeah, something else. That lineup was pretty good lineup for the Mets. I want to show that again. 1-1 on Kirk Neuenhuis. So Mookie Wilson led off. Tim Teufel's the third base coach now. Hernandez, co-MVP in the National League in '79 when he's with the Cardinals. Willie Stargell that year. That's a strike. Gary Carter has a Hall of Fame career. Kevin Mitchell was an MVP in '89 with the Giants. George Foster in '77 was the MVP after hitting 50 home runs with the Big Red Machine. Ray Knight had a tremendous career. That's a heck of a lineup.
Well, and even Rafael Santana, the guy that hit 8th in that lineup, was pretty good at what he did also, and that was a guy that could move runners over, swing the bat a little bit to the right side, and covered a lot of ground at shortstop. El Cid Fernandez on the hill.
A tough matchup.
There's Taco.
Yeah, Gary
he was known to a lot of us players. Teammate of mine in 78, 79, and 80 in the Cardinal organization.
Outside 2-2. Jamie needs quick innings. This is his 81st pitch. We mentioned earlier that the Rockies bullpen has thrown as many innings as the starters have in this series, and there's not an off day until Thursday. Dodgers leading the division. They're coming to town. They'll be here late tonight.
Boy, Arizona jumped all over Josh Johnson. It's 8-4 in the ninth. About to win that ball game.
And Giambi's going to run to the bag. Just did get there in time. Neuenhuis runs well. 1 out. And that'll bring up Tejada. You just intentionally walk him, George? Well, the same thing, right?
Not a bad idea. That's right. Not a bad idea.
Well, he's 9 for 13 in the series.
Either that or you just tell him what's coming. see if he hits it then. You've tried the secret thing. It hadn't worked.
You know, that's one of the great lines in baseball, of which there are numerous. Have you ever seen that, though, literally, where a guy was just wearing a certain pitcher out and he said, hey, fastball?
Well, yeah, I have. And Jamie actually did it in a minor league game this spring. He yelled at the minor league guys. They scored like 3 runs off of him in like the first 3 batters. Double home run. And he was like, okay, timeout. Here, curveball, swing and a miss. Fastball, swing and a miss. Change up, swing and a miss. All right, next. I mean, it was one of those deals where he's just like, everybody, I'm trying to do the secret thing. You guys are wailing on me. He was trying to get some work in and make sure that was before he came back, you know, when he had that little bit of leg issue with his calf, I think.
2-0. Can Dex get there? Yeah. Cooled them off a little bit. 2 outs. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Daniel Murphy's 1 for 2. Dodgers and Nationals just underway. We spoke of the Dodgers. They won in walk-off fashion last night. Center fielder's off to a decent start. He hit another. Hit another home run. He was the difference. A walk-off home run in the 11th from Matt Kemp, his 11th home run of the year.
Do you think we could renegotiate the year 160? I mean, it's amazing the numbers he's thrown up.
Well,
start this thing off.
I think since it's April 29th, George, it's safe to give him the Player of the Month award in the National
League. I would agree. I would agree wholeheartedly. Who else is there?
Should we wait and see what he does the last 2 days of the month, or if he goes 0 for 8, it's okay still?
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, well, with me it is.
2-2.
Well, that's what you needed. Jamie's quick inning here, as you mentioned a minute ago. He's already thrown a number of pitches in this ball game. 89 to be exact. The 90th is on its way.
This is in the air to deep right field. Kadire going back. He leaps and it goes off the top of his glove. And Murphy to second with a double. Good effort by Kadire.
Yeah, Jim Tracy doing like a lot of other people. He's kind of watching Kadire because when he came off that back wall back there, he came off limping a little bit. Just make sure he's all right. Not calling anybody out. Another look at this off of the bat. Got a ball that inner half. Just dropped the head of the bat on it. Comes up with a double. And watch Kadire when he goes up. Watch his feet when they hit. See how the leg went up against that and then try to turn and hold and you come down on it. A little bit of a limp coming out of it. One more time at this hard connect against the wall.
First base is open, so the Rockies, you look at this thing, will pass on David Wright. Needed another 2 inches of hops. For Murphy, that's his 10th multi-hit game this year. Only Matt Kemp and Jose Altuve have more.
Wow.
And the Mets will see Altuve beginning tomorrow.
Altuve had a couple of hits today in the ball game for Houston and Cincinnati. It was 2 for 3 midway through that ball game.
Clint Barnes told us the other day he loved playing with him. He said he can hit.
Good player.
Yeah, 21-year-old. So right to first with 2 outs. Lucas Duda coming up. Duda 0 for 1. He walked and hit a fly ball to center field. On the corner, a strike. Duda pulls it toward the hole. Giambi knocks it down, flips to Moyer. Nice play, Jason Giambi. They still play a little defense.
What is it, 90 years of experience making a play on this thing? One's 49, one's 40. How about that? 89, they did it. Love it. Knocked it down.
But they have not scored since the first inning. The Rockies have had 2 base runners as they come to bat in the 4th inning. Cargo, Tulowitzki, and Kadire. AT&T trivia question. Today, Jamie Moyer and Johan Santana have combined for 401 career victories. Who are the last 2 starters with a combined 400+ wins? Boy, that's a great question. 33-year-old Johan Santana, 6 foot, 210 pounds. Cargo has the only hit against him. That came with 2 outs in the first inning.
Good job of slicing the ball, too. Now the shift's not quite as dramatic as it was in that first at bat.
No, they're going to leave 2 on the left side. Cargo lined a single to left. 2-0.
No, now they're going to move him over. Jim Tuffle got his attention. They moved him over. But maybe it's the count. 2-0 count. Both get a little pull happy, maybe.
But then they set up away. Isn't that interesting, George?
Well, a lot of times you do that because the batter has such a long swing and a quick bat. Cheat a little bit on the left-hander. Think he's going to pull the ball versus on the ground they'll pull it. In the air they'll slice it the other way. The outfield playing a little bit of shade to the left. Leadoff walk. Well, for the best deal around, why don't you look at the Coca-Cola value packs? You can either buy one for $59, $79, depending on the seat location. They're available tomorrow through Wednesday. Just take advantage of the Coca-Cola value pack.
Troy hit a line drive to center field his first time up. Cargo got a huge jump. Throw to second is not nearly in time. So Gonzalez steals another base, and for Cargo, that's his 3rd bag of the year. He's not been caught.
Really big jump. As soon as he picked the leg up, he took off. Well ahead of the throw from Tolley. Santana, when he picked the leg up, what helped Cargo, he just concentrated on going to the plate against Tulowitzki. Rockies 77% success rate in stolen bases this year, 17 for 22.
Got the Tulo chant going in the yard. Great Sunday crowd.
It's almost sold out.
Yeah, almost 39,000 last night. And it's a tremendous gathering here this afternoon. Yeah, nice job staying off that changeup. So inviting, but not good for you.
It's like the dessert tray.
Yeah.
It all looks good, but none of it's good for you.
Well, the 18 strips of bacon you had this morning.
It was 17. And 2 sausage.
No swing, 3-1. Scott Barry at first. Well, last year plus against the Mets, Troy's hitting .432. Including 6 home runs. Here's the 3-1. Hard on the ground toward the hole, but Wright cuts it off.
You know, David Wright came up. There's a lot of comparisons of who is this guy. And the more I watch him swing the bat, and actually I think he swings it a little bit better now, obviously. But to play at third base and his ability and range and everything else, everybody reminded him, they say, oh, he reminds me of Scott Rowland. That's a young Scott Rowland. I mean, and that's probably a pretty good comparison. He catches an awful lot of what happens at third base and makes some very good plays. And I don't know if there's a better guy charging the ball and making a play than Scott Rowland or David Wright.
Well, the one guy, George, I'd put in that class, and you're right, is Ryan Zimmerman.
And unfortunately, you just don't get to see him enough.
Yeah.
Now that they're winning baseball games in Washington, you may start to see them a little bit more on the national scene because they are winning a lot of games. First place right now in the National League East. And how about this? Baltimore first in the American League East, and they won again today.
Buck Showalter's happy. Here's the 1-0 to Kadire. And David Wright was a #1 pick, George, but he wasn't a high #1. He was a 38th pick in the first round of the 2001 draft. Well, he grew up in Virginia. He grew up a Met fan because of the Tidewater ties. Two outs. Cargo to third, and Giambi will come up. So what'd you say last inning as we were going to break? That fine play by Giambi, 90 years combined age.
Yeah, something like that. What,
89,
I guess, 40 and 30, 49.
41, 49. Yep.
Is he 41 already?
He's 41.
You're making him a little older, I think, than what he is.
I wouldn't do that. He has a winter birthday. How about that? Now, that would have been something. After that defensive play, he dragged a bunt for a hit. And that would have had Marino scrambling. When was the last time? If there was a last time. 1-0.
Top of the fourth, runner he dealt with, jumped back, knocks it down, and then from his knees lofts it perfectly over the bag to be received by Jamie Moyer.
And it's 3-0 on Giambi. Well, the best we can do, we can't tell you the last time he tried to bunt for a hit. His last sack bunt was in '96. You think he even knows what the bunt signal is?
I don't think he's ever had it given to him.
Well, he hadn't even given it to him, but if he looks down at Richie Dower and Richie gives a bunt sign, well, that's not going to happen, but I'm going to ask him if he knows it.
Knowing Jason and knowing that The way he handles things in baseball, he probably knows it. Just so when they give it to other guys, he knows what plays are on when the game's going on.
So he can watch in an educated fashion.
Yeah.
3-2. Got it. Santana is on his game. He has shut out the Mets through 4 innings. Excuse me, the Rockies through 4 innings. 3-0 Mets. Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, moving forward. By College Invest. Are you saving for college or just talking about it? And by the Colorado Lottery. Don't forget to play. Ride your bike to the ballpark day at Coors Field. The Mets riding an outstanding pitching performance thus far by Johan Santana, leading 3-0. Jamie Moyer has allowed 3 runs all in the first inning, 5 hits in that first inning, 5 more since then, but no more runs. Scott Hairston will lead off. He's got a couple of hits today. And a great play at third by Nelson, and the pick at first by Giambi. Good play on both ends. Those two don't combine in 90 years, though, George.
No, they sure don't, but they sure combine to make 2 good defensive plays right here. A step and dive by Nelson. Gets to his feet, shoots it over. Giambi stretches over at first base after this throw from Nelson. Nice job, Jason Giambi.
Ike Davis is 2 for 2 as well, a single and a double.
That pitch right there is one that he's, if he's getting that pitch, he's not at nearly 100 pitches in the 5th inning.
You got that one, 1-1. Got to tell a story about Scott Hairston. He had that cycle on Friday, and one of the things we love about baseball is the game, even at this level, takes you back very quickly to Little League. And Scott comes from a couple generations of great players, going all the way back on his dad's side to the old Negro Leagues. His wife, and he has 2 little boys, 6 and 4, back home in the Phoenix area, live in Gilbert. His wife is watching, and that's strike 3 on Davis. So after the home run and the triple and the single, he's coming up for the 4th time. His wife woke up the 2 little ones, the 6 and 4-year-old, and Scott said they love baseball, and the 6-year-old definitely gets it. The 4-year-old's figured it out, and Mom had him in the bedroom to watch Dad's 4th at bat, and he hits a double, and they were really, really excited. I thought that was really neat, though.
Yeah, cheered together as a family. Okay, time to go to bed. Good work, Dad. y'all go back to sleep. But Mom.
That's right. Once they were up, they probably wanted to hang out for a while. 2 outs. Tolley at the plate. He got a lot of texts got after the ball game, naturally, including one from his brother Jerry. We'll see tomorrow with the Dodgers. This ball's well hit to right center field, and it is gone. Josh Tolley with his first home run of the year. So after Moyer struck him out twice, Tolley gets back at him, and it's 4-0 New York. 11th Mets hit.
I had a couple of guys on base the last time. Moyer able to handle him. This time it was just not a whole lot, but a lower half rotation and a ball that was up into the zone and out over the plate enough to get some solid wood on it. And he's in the Rockies bullpen.
Now this is going to be all for Moyer after this inning. He's at 105 pitches.
That
and
dude
he's
hit
due
third.
He's due up third next inning. First home run for Tolley since last August. Oh, 2 on Santana. Today's CenturyLink high-speed pitch, fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. Johan at 90. Jamie Moyer 78. 0-2 on Santana. Cutter missed. A line out for Santana and a strikeout. And Jamie Moyer with his 7th strikeout of the game. That is a season high, but he trails 4-0. Tolley a home run. Ramon Hernandez, Chris Nelson, and a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 5th inning. AT&T trivia question. Moyer and Santana combined 401 victories. Who were the last 2 starters that matched up with a combined 400+ wins? Probably have to go back a ways, don't you? No, not that far. 2 years. Tim Wakefield, Andy Pettit. Wakefield's retired. Pettit's coming out of retirement.
Yeah, how about that? The other day threw 5 innings for Trenton, their Double-A team. They're thinking a couple more starts. He might be ready to join that rotation in New York.
Well, Freddie Garcia keeps struggling. There may be a spot quickly for him. Freddie's ERA after getting beat up yesterday is over 12. Hernandez on the ground to second. Murphy with routine play. And the Red Sox, since blowing that 9-0 lead, have won 6 in a row. They're back to 500.
Playing a little better baseball for Bobby after the turmoil that he had with Euclid and his comments about that on a TV show. Then the Yankees came in and embarrassed their ball club. Played a little better baseball.
Chris Nelson at the plate. He walked his first time up, would reach third. But the Rockies couldn't get him home. Cargo led off last inning with a walk, stole a base, reached third, but the Rockies could not bring him home. Josh Renicky apparently will be next.
Third day in a row for Renicky to work too.
This ball's well hit left center field. Nobody's going to catch it. It is off the wall. And Nelson will stop at second with a double. Just the second hit for the Rockies today.
Nelson had hit .444 against left-handers coming into this game. I mean, he had done some damage against the southpaws, and he got a fastball up. And I tell you what, this ball was scalded because when it got to the outfield area, it started to hook away from Neuenhuis, and then there was not a chance at all for a play on the ball.
Johnny Herrera will be the pinch hitter for Moyer. And a strike on Johnny. Not only has Santana been dominating, 5 strikeouts, just 4 base runners, an economy of pitches. His next delivery will be his 70th.
Pound on that strike zone.
Johnny hits this ball in the air to deep left center field. Neuenhuis long run, lays out, makes an unbelievable catch. Nelson will tag and go to third. That's about the 4th circus catch the former Denver Christian star has made in a Mets uniform.
How about that play? I tell you, the guy jumping up and down now, Santana. I mean, full bore, just leaves his feet, dives, makes the catch, pops up, and it makes a really smart snap throw back in, because we have seen it before. I have here at Coors Field, where a guy will catch that and scoot far enough to not get up quick enough. That runner keeps going. What a play.
There are really good plays and there are great plays, and that is leaning toward great. That'll take a 2-out knock. Scudero takes ball 1, a strikeout and a ground ball to second. Terry Collins said he was impressed with Neuenhuis when he ran into the wall and made a catch earlier in the year. It's back up the middle and Santana grabs it.
There's that athlete you're talking about.
Yeah, and then he went back and did it again. He was undaunted by the fact that he'd run into a wall. Well, Neuenhuis will get a high five from Santana when he gets to the dugout. Chris Nelson with a gorgeous play last inning. And pretty good play by Jason Giambi at first base. Robs Scott Hairston of his third hit of the ball game. That's brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Josh Renicky is into the ball game here in the top of the 6th inning in relief of Jamie Moyer. Moyer goes 5 innings. He allows 4 runs. All of them earned 11 hits. He walked 2. One of those walks was intentional. He struck out a season best 7.
Renicky worked 2. I'm sorry.
Real quick, I think 108 pitches, George.
Yeah, for Jamie. Renicky worked the other night 2/3, 3 runs. Won't talk about that one. Last night he worked in a perfect inning in the ball game. Here he is again, 3rd day in a row, going right at it. He'll get the top of the order of the Mets.
Juan Nicasio, if you're wondering, because the Rockies need some length from guys in their rotation. Juan Nicasio will have the baseball tomorrow to open up that Dodger series, and it'll be the veteran Aaron Harang on the hill. And no, the Rockies will not avoid Clayton Kershaw. He'll go Wednesday afternoon against Drew Pomeranz.
The Mets have left 8 on, the Rockies 4. The Mets 3 for 9 with runners in scoring position. The Rockies so far 0 for 6 in this ball game.
Neuenhuis is 1 for 3. Don and Arvado loves all the camera guys. We love all the camera guys. Donnie probably. There's Roger. Where's Donnie Mills? Because Donnie probably wrote that. Drew. There's Brian. There's Donnie Mills. This is on the ground to 3rd. One out. Ruben Tejada coming up. Well, you know, Brian Peters used to work out a little bit. Obviously, he's quit. Come on, BP. Mix in a workout once in a while. Get in the weight room.
You know what?
Get something done.
I'm going to tell you what. I can tell you what he's thinking right now. When I get out behind this camera, I'm going to come up there in that booth, and you and I will have a conversation. We'll just see who's been working out. Drew's lifting dumbbells. He's lifting semis.
Exactly. One strike count on Tejada. Ewing, Virginia, the Duff family. On the ground to 3rd. That's a tough hop. And past Chris Nelson. So Tejada reaches. That's happened before.
I mean, this was a tough play for Chris Nelson. Very difficult hop. He's going to get over and play it just like he's supposed to on a hard hit ball. Let it carry a little bit on you. The ball shot right under his glove. Nelly thinking, yeah, I should have had it, but a hard hit baseball.
You don't get to pick your hop typically at 3rd. I'm still amazed that we landed Peyton. Peyton in the house today. That's Moses in Castle Rock. And that is a base hit for Tejada. So he had 4 hits on Friday. He had 3 last night. He's got 3 today.
And going to get another at bat.
A lot of smaller communities sounding off today. Love to see it. Dolores, Colorado. Silk, Colorado.
Where's Silk, Colorado? Dougie?
Silt's on the western slope, isn't it?
Oh, Doug will tell you in a minute.
Fountain, Colorado. 2-1 on Murphy. Rockies trying to win another series. Work to do, though. I think the biggest thing they had to do is find a way to get Santana out of there. One out, one on. Fruta. Some more Western Slope folks. Grand Junction.
Grand Junction gearing up for the Rockies Rookie League season.
This double play ball. Good feed from Scudero and a great throw from Tulowitzki. 4-6-3 on the turn. And the Rockies will get to the dugout. Bottom of the 6th upcoming. 4-0 New York. After watching the Rockies this afternoon and the post-game show brought to you by Toyota, stick around for Rockies Weekly with Jim Tracy. We'll catch up with former Rocky Clint Barmas. Take a look back at the top plays from the month of April. Also, don't forget to look for the keyword during the show to win this pink rock bat from Root Sports. It's one of the top bat manufacturers in the game. They're out of Madison, Wisconsin. Rock bats.
By the way, Silt, Colorado is in Garfield County.
And a bunt his way on is Dexter, and the tag's made by Ike Davis.
Yeah, he did a nice play on that. That's right off I-70, right between Glenwood Springs and Rifle. I don't know where it is.
Yeah, not too far from Parachute, George. One out. Cargo's coming up. Cargo's reached twice. See those hills there, George?
Yeah, it's right over. It's right, kind of right there.
Well, it's a little over the top of those.
It's back over there?
Yeah.
Or is it back over here?
Right there.
Or is it right in here?
No, the one on the left.
So you think it's that one? No, it's not that one.
Stop drawing. Strike on Cargo. Shift is on. Cargo, a base hit to left and a walk. Also a stolen base. He and Chris Nelson have both reached twice. Nobody else has reached for the Rockies. We're in the 6th inning. Just 75 pitches in for Santana.
His aggressive style, and what I mean by that, when he throws the pitch, you don't see Santana doing a lot of walking around, talking and doing things. You see him call and get right back up on the mound again, get in a position to throw the baseball. 1-2 count right now, and I like that because it obviously for me the hitter's standing out trying to get timing, do some things, and next thing you know, you look up and the guy's staring at you saying, let's go.
1-2. 2-2. The other thing, George, that he does that's a little unorthodox is he starts with his feet so spread out.
Well, it's more of a balancing thing for him because he's so far over on the third base side of the rubber. So he just kind of balances. You just kind of see him waddle back and forth a little bit with his body. But see, they're so far out because he doesn't want to spread out too far. Oh, right between his legs. I like it. Playing short right field. Daniel Murphy had a difficult time with that ground ball. You know, wasn't hit very hard, and I think he just stayed back and waited on it. Waited too long. And then he decided, hey, I'm about 30 feet out into the outfield. I'm going to get rid of this pretty quick. And watch this on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. You're going to just see it. I mean, he just whiffed. No other way to put it, right? Fourth error of the season on Murphy.
Which is a lot for the right side. Tulowitzki, a fly ball to center field and a sharp ground ball to third.
Follow the Rockies on your phone with the MLB.com @BAT12 app featuring pitch tracking and highlights and a whole lot more. More information on that, you can go to ColoradoRockies.com.
Center field. And NYN has it. That is the second out. That'll bring up Kadire. Strikeout and a ground ball to second for Kadire this afternoon. This ball game so far in stark contrast to the first two of the series. 27 combined runs Friday, a dozen combined runs yesterday. Cargo takes off and he's stolen another base.
His fourth of the season, he's yet to be caught. Big jump, just like it did happen for him back in the fourth inning when he got a huge jump. At that time he took off for Santana and picked the leg up. Really didn't give Totally a chance at all.
Cargo was 20 of 25 last year. The year before, 26 of 34. He's the first guy in Rockies history to have back-to-back 2020 seasons, and I'm sure he'll make it 3 in a row this year. He's one of those rarities, a guy like Matt Kemp coming in tomorrow who could have a 30-30 season. 1-1 on Kadire. Santana 133 and 71, third highest active win percentage behind Halladay and Verlander. Broken bat, foul ball. Roy Halladay's 191 and 94, 67% winning percentage, and Verlander's 109 and 58, .653 win percentage. And Santana's .652. That win percentage is 20th all time. Here's the 1-2. George, I know you teach a lot of young, not just kids, but you teach a lot of guys that are on the cusp of pro ball and some guys that are in pro ball. And we talk slider and breaking ball, fastball, command, changeup. Changeup, what a devastating pitch if you can command it.
Well, I tell young kids all the time, you know, when I was playing in minor league baseball, it was mandatory. Starters throw 10 to 15 of them every start. I don't care when you throw it, but you're going to throw 10 to 15 of them. So you get confidence in using the pitch when you need to get outs. And I think a lot of that's lost now in the development side of things, even starting at the high school level. It's one of the first things I work with say 7th, 8th, 9th graders is a good changeup. And it doesn't have to be a conventional circle. It doesn't have to be a split. It doesn't. What's comfortable to you can command to change the speed of that baseball.
With the same arm speed.
Absolutely, and that's what sells it.
3-2 on Kadire. Down low, good at bat from Michael, and now 2 on for Giambi. And George, just going back to the changeup, Santana has one of the best we've ever seen. Trevor Hoffman, who worked 9th innings forever, one of the best in the last 50 years in baseball.
Well, even Bruce Suter's split finger was a changeup. He didn't throw it hard,
but a little more taxing certainly on the elbow than,
you gotta have
the
arm
changeup. The thing with a breaking ball is, from an identification standpoint with a hitter, the great ones like the Heltons, they can pick up spin, they can see the dot of the slider. With a changeup, when it's a 4-seam or a 2-seam changeup, it's the same rotation as the fastball, so you can't readily identify it.
Right, exactly. That's what makes it so much better, I think, for guys like that, because when they have the ability to throw that, and I don't have a ball in my hand right now, but when a ball comes off on a circle change, it's going to come off. If you're holding it as a 4-seam, it's going to have backspin too. It's going to cause it to float. The 2-seam, and that's what you're seeing Santana throw today, is they really pronate to the inside. So that ball, last thing touching is this little finger. So you create that fade and dive on the baseball. And I think that's what Santana does such a great job of.
And as we speak of the changeup,
and why not?
He starts Giambi out with one.
And a lot of high school coaches probably cringe when I say this, but I'm not a guy that teaches an awful lot of curveballs at a young age. I'd rather just teach a fastball cutter, where the ball cuts this way, going away from the right-hander in on the left-hander, because it's less taxing on the arm.
So a lot of finger pressure.
A lot of finger pressure, grip. I always tell young kids, they want to create the break. They want to create a curveball. Let the arm speed and the grip create it. Don't try to force it by twisting the wrist or turning the elbow out, where you put so much pressure and create an arm injury. So I think that's where the grip will create the movement. It'll create the break with throwing properly.
2 on for the first time today for the Rockies, and a ground ball to Davis. Over to Santana, and he gets Giambi to end the inning. We move to the 7th. The Mets 4 and the Rockies nothing. Time for the Excel Energy High Efficiency Inning. Learn about energy efficiency and how to save money in your home by visiting responsiblebynature.com. Josh Renicky in the 6th inning took over and was able to retire the Mets without any damage. That 4-6-3 double play certainly helped. That'll be the 2nd inning of work for Renicky. He'll work to David Wright, Lucas Duda, and Scott Hairston. 4-0 New York. Rockies have given up 42 hits in this series. Wright, a 2-run double in the first and a run scored, a ground out and an intentional walk. One and one.
The left-hander Rex Brothers had started to throw down in the Rockies bullpen.
Ball 4, so Wright walks for the second time.
You know what today's the anniversary of, George? Somebody that made a whole bunch of outs really fast.
So many so fast that it confused him. Against the Atlanta Braves, Chipper's up, first and second, hit and run. Everybody's moving. Tulo tagged the bag, tagged the base runner. That's already 3 outs, and he threw on to first just in case. That's a true rarity. An unassisted triple play. Runner going, and this is a ground ball to second. So Wright is at second with 1 out, and that'll bring up Scott Hairston.
Wright stole third base back in the first inning, so you got to keep your eye on him with the right-handed hitting. Hairston coming up. Sure, that's what Ramon Hernandez spending a little bit of time. Hairston, what a series he's had, 6 for 12.
And the significant difference between when David ran in the first inning and now is that stealing third's a little bit easier with a lefty on the mound as opposed to a right-hander.
Because of the positioning on the rubber, where they're facing, they see it a little easier. And a little harder thrower on the mound right now.
Yeah.
Ball's getting to the plate a little quicker.
Yeah, great point. Catcher's yelling, come on, man, get here, get here.
You know, and the thing with Jamie today, you look at his outing and you go, okay, gave up 4 runs, but he kept you in a ball game at Coors Field. The offense, there's a guy on the other side that just pitched pretty good today, Johan Santana.
1-1 on Hairston. Scott, his last 15 games at Coors Field, he's done damage. 333 average, 4 home runs. He's driven in 10, scored 10. Right field, fairly deep. Wright's going to tag. Kadire. Makes the throw in. David Wright moves up 90 feet. There are 2 outs. Ike Davis will come up. Single and a double for Davis. And Jim Tracy's going to bring on Rex Brothers. He's going to make a double switch as well. Giambi or Kadire likely to come out. And Giambi will come in the game. Back in a moment, 4-0 Mets. For the kids to head off to college, I hope you're preparing for that day. The best way to do it is to open an account with as little as $25 at collegeinvest.org. Again, the place to go, collegeinvest.org. Do it soon. Peyton Manning jersey in the house. And that kid's new hero is also in the house. Peyton Manning visiting with his buddy Todd Helton. Taking a little bit of break from all the work he's putting in at Dove Valley. Rex brothers on for the 11th time this year. They're 2 outs. David Wright is at third. Knight Davis is at the plate. Tyler Colvin in the game at first. And that pitch misses, ball 1.
Slider at 85 miles an hour. Brothers, we've talked about the fastball. As you look at Tyler Colvin over at first base, he can reach 96, 97. The left-hander like Davis up and struggling. Not sure he can catch up to that heater. Pretty good swing at it there, though, at 94.
1-1. That's a good looking pitch.
Yeah, have fun with that at 95. Knees black outside corner.
And 1-2's fouled off. Slider, see it. Right, Davis is gone. Brothers gets his man. And we'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning with the Rockies trailing 4-0. Stick around today for God Bless America, performed today by Navy Reserve Yeoman Second Class Mark Stallings. Enjoy, everybody.
Fans, please direct your attention to the field for a special recognition. Joining us today as invited guests of the Colorado Rockies is Navy Counselor First Class Brian Fields and his family members Heidi, Brooke, Heather, and David. NC1 Fields has traveled the world in service of our nation and is currently stationed to Navy Recruiting District Denver. A top performer, he attributes his success to following the Navy ethos of honor, courage, and commitment. Fans, please give a warm Coors Field hero's welcome to this brave serviceman. Thank you, Brian Fields, for your sacrifice to our great nation. Fans, please continue to stand as we honor our great country with the performance of God Bless America. Performing God Bless America today, representing the United States Navy Reserve Support Center, is Yeoman Second Class Mark Stallings. Please welcome Yeoman Stallings and join him by singing along to God Bless America.
this look back. First inning was a problem for Jamie Moyer. David Wright up with 2 on, and he rips a double just inside the chalk down the third base line. Neuenhuis and Tejada scored. And then Scott Hairston, who's had a big series as well, lines a base hit, his first career hit against Jamie Moyer to bring home David Wright. And then the home run by Josh Tolley, his first since last August, 4-0 New York. Johan Santana, the story. Johan, in 6 innings, allowed only 2 hits. Fortunately, after 90 pitches, because they're still being cautious, George, with that shoulder,
sure,
he's out of there. And the another one of the 40-plus crowd is in the ball game, the ageless Miguel Batista.
And he's still throwing 90, 95 miles an hour. I mean, this guy really takes care of himself. He's bounced around a little bit the last couple of years. Still possesses a very good fastball, cut fastball to go along with it.
How about this with, as you look at Batista's numbers, it's a little more on Santana. Today was his 3rd career start. So many years in the American League, that's why, but just his 3rd career start against the Rockies. He's now thrown, look at my note up, George, he's now thrown 22 innings against the Rockies, and he is not allowed to run.
Amazing. He's had their number, obviously. Now, the other day, the Rockies really got after Batista in the ball game on the opening night here.
Well, he strikes out Hernandez as we check in with Mark Stout.
Johan Santana hails from Venezuela, and it's a big day for the 8 Rockies Venezuelan players too, because today's Luis Aparicio's birthday, the first Hall of Famer from that country. He turned 78. Carlos Gonzalez, Jonathan Herrera have all befriended him. They know him. They're from his hometown. Rafael Betancourt also celebrating a birthday today. 24 shortstops in the Hall of Fame, soon to be 25, with Barry Larkin being inducted this year. But the first from that country, Luis Aparicio, guys.
Luis Aparicio, great player. Chris Nelson, a walk and a double. He and Cargo reached against Santana. The only other player to reach was Kadire. A walk. Last inning. George, put your scout hat back on, and people hadn't seen Santana in a while. What would your report say?
Good. Really good. Hey, by the way, here's a little something about Miguel Batista. A lot of people obviously know that quite a writer. But he was also, in 2011, he was invited back to Miss Iowa to be for the USA competition to be a judge in a beauty contest.
Really?
How about that?
Yeah. 41-year-old. George said he's a published writer and poet. First reached the big leagues in 1992.
First year, I mentioned that 92 at Pittsburgh in the National League, pitched in 1 ball game. He wasn't very good in that game. It took him a while to get back. 1996 with Florida. Then he was with Chicago, the Cubs, Montreal for a couple of years, then on over to Kansas City, Arizona from 01 to 03, and then Toronto for a couple of years, back to Arizona in 06 where he started again in Seattle in 07, won 16 ball games. He's been pretty much in the bullpen since then.
Nelson grounds out, and that'll bring up Tyler Colvin for the first time. Tyler came in last inning, the double switch when Rex Brothers was brought into the ball game. Jason Giambi departed. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank member FDIC. Colvin last night really got the fans excited after Dexter hit the long home run to make it 7-5. Colvin doubled off the base of the center field wall, and that brought up Giambi representing the tying run, and Giambi smoked one to left center. Neuenhuis chased it down, ball game over. But for a moment there, it looked like the Rockies were going to pull off a little Loto magic.
14 ball games. Colvin's been outstanding. Three extra base hits out of the 10 hits and 35 at bats, a home run, a double, and a triple.
3-0 on Colvin. Well, the left-handed bat, say for a guy like Johnny Herrera, switch hitter. The Mets play to pull. Colvin looking basically at a shift. 3-2. Not as dramatic as a Giambi shift,
but a shift.
Yeah, Tejada's been playing almost right behind the second base bag. He's kind of kicking dirt, moving around to keep the body loose, but David Wright is 35 feet off the bag. Murphy's on the outfield grass. And he struck him out. Batista. 2 punch outs in a 1-2-3 7th inning. We move on to the 8th. The Mets continue to shut out the Rockies. Advertise your business locally on the network's People Watch. Go to ComcastSpotlight.com for details. Mets got 3 in the first, a solo home run in the 5th inning from Josh Thole. The Rockies have been 2 hit. First 6 innings by Johan Santana. Last inning they were blanked by Miguel Batista. Brothers continues on. Thole at the plate, fouls off the first offering. Thole struck out twice against Jamie Moyer and then hit the home run off him. Moyer went 5 innings. He allowed 4 runs on 11 hits. Walked 2. One of those walks was intentional. And he struck out 7. His last 2 outings for Brothers, less stressful outings in terms of where the score is, trying to get him back online. He'd been spraying the fastball. 97 miles an hour there, missed 1 and 2.
A lot better command today. 6 of the 8 pitches have been for strikes.
Zach Lutz is in the on-deck circle for the Mets. 1-2. See you later. He's no longer in the on-deck circle. He's on his way to the plate. 3rd strikeout for Thole. Today's Save of the Week is brought to you by the region's Touchstone Energy Cooperatives, your local consumer-owned electric cooperative delivering reliable power, energy-saving tools, and more. Visit togetherwesave.com. Well, Rafael Betancourt hasn't had many save opportunities in the last couple of days, but when he has had one, he has done that afterward. Fist bumps, handshakes, and as you learned in Mark Stout's last report, big happy birthday to number 63. In the air to right, and that's going to twist out of play. Lutz got his first big league hit on Friday night in his first big league start. Single right up the middle. As George pointed out the other day, he's still got his minor league helmet. Double ear flaps.
Must just be comfortable, huh?
And Brothers gets him on a hard slider. Brothers has faced 3, and he has struck out all 3.
And all of them have been on the slider. This fastball they haven't had a chance at. 11 of 14 for strikes right now. You talk about coming right at you. This is a back foot slider with some bite to it. A really nice. Well, watch his front side come up. See, the elbow comes up. Boy, that is really nice. Firm front side, allowed him to ride that backside a little bit longer. Great extension out over the plate.
Kirk Neuenhuis.
I know this kid's a young kid, but just watching body action, swing, playing the outfield, looks like he's been up here for about 20 years.
Looks comfortable, doesn't he?
Yeah, really carries himself very well. Very confident.
One of the things all managers and all veteran players stress with young players who come up, it's the same game.
Doesn't change. 60 feet 6 inches, still a round ball. They try to throw it for a strike as much as you can. I think the one thing that happens here versus the minor leagues is those mistakes get exposed pretty quickly.
One and 2 on Neuenhuis. Rockies will have the top of the order in the 8th. Foul tip. Neuenhuis stays alive. Mets are getting back their center fielder. Neuenhuis been playing there. Tomorrow, Andres Torres has finished his rehab assignment. He will meet the Mets in Houston. But Neuenhuis has been so good that even though he was called up to replace Torres after game 1 of the season, he's going to stick around.
Probably go to left field for Bay. Bay's on the DL now. And he's hit the ball pretty good against left-handers. I mean, that's an 87-mile-an-hour slider. He stayed right on, shot it through the right side.
So here comes Ruben Tejada again.
Well, the Rockies dugout stores, they have everything to get you ready to come out on Purple Mondays and beyond. So call 303-832-TEAM for your store information and location. Jim Tracy out to the mound. He'll bring in Ekmer Escalante to face Tejada. Rex Brothers, nice job.
He may not have done that on Friday, but after the weekend that Tejada's had, he's going to match up with him. hits to 720-720. Receive text message updates from Root Sports all season long. So the Rockies will turn to Edgar Escalona to face this man, Ruben Tejada. He had a 4-hit game on Friday in 6 at-bats, 3 more hits last night. And he has 3 more hits today, all singles. But he has 10 hits in the series. The last bat with 10 hits in a 3-game series was Edgardo Alfonso in 2000. He could hit. And he did it against the Rockies. I'm trying to remember, did Alfonso win a batting title? He was pretty close one year. So Neuenhuis draws a look from Escalona. 2 outs, 4-0 New York. The Rockies have been 2-hit. The Mets have 13 hits. They had 17 hits Friday, 13 hits Saturday, and they have 13 hits today. You throw that stat up, George, and it's amazing that the Rockies are sitting here 1-1 in the series.
You're absolutely correct. And to see the Rockies with just 2 hits on the board today, Santana, Batista have handled that situation.
Ground ball to third, tough hop. Nelson, and the throw is high. Colvin did well to keep that from going into the stands.
Pretty tough hop. You got speed at the plate. Watch, it's going to turn Nelly all the way around. He's going to have to back around to get to this baseball. Hit a little bit harder than he thought it was. Then he tried to air this thing out. Just got too much air under it. On time, he's out. Should be an error against Nelson, and it will be. Mike Shaw, Subaru Supermo, gives you a pretty good look at Nelly. How he had to really concentrate to keep to that baseball, but unfortunately just worked under on a long throw and got too much air and a little sail time. For Nelson, his 3rd error of the season.
Strike on Daniel Murphy. Single and a double for Murphy. 2 for 4. Guy we haven't seen in a while, George, warming up for the Mets. Big John Roush. Yeah, 6'11" big.
Big right-hander had done a pretty good job for the Twins for a couple of years. Seen him over in the National League with Arizona, a couple other ball clubs.
He bounced back. He had a tough year in Arizona.
And they asked him to be the closer, and he didn't close up too good. So they moved him on over to to Minnesota, and he did a pretty good job there.
It was after Joe Nathan went down with the Twins. Nathan now handling the 9th inning for Texas. Get a lot of opportunities there.
They seem to score a lot of runs.
Yes, they do. Good matchup tonight. They'll play against Tampa in Arlington.
Texas 16-5. Tampa right now at 2nd place at 13-8.
Murphy spraying foul balls everywhere.
Cleveland in the Central's got a 1-game lead over, is tied with the Detroit Tigers. A game over Robin Ventura, who has done a wonderful job there with the White Sox. They're just 1 game back in the American League Central. St. Louis rolls on without Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan. They're at 14-7. They got beat today by Milwaukee 3-2.
Strike 3 in the outside corner. So Escalona wins that battle with Murphy. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Top of the order for the Rockies. They'll try to get after John Roush, trailing 4-0. hard blast last night, 9th inning. Dexter Fowler at the plate, 7-4. Colorado's trailing. And now it's a 7-5 game. His 4th of the year, tied with Ramon Hernandez for the club lead. It's our Coors Light cold hard blast. Rockies need some base runners, and then one of those. Scudero will lead off against John Roush. Scudero's got a 7-game hitting streak going, 0 for 3. Well, Roush has been terrific.
11 ball games, 12. That leads the their bullpen in appearances.
One out. Dexter Fowler coming up. Roush in 10 1/3 has allowed 4 hits, 1 walk. You know, Johan Santana, who's on the plus side in this ball game, looking for his first win post-injury. 6 innings of shutout baseball, 2 hits, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Was a Rule 5 selection. He was originally signed by the Houston Astros and then went to Minnesota. Inside on Dexter. Again, a Rule 5 selection. That rule goes way back in the game of baseball. Is minor leaguers with 4 years experience left unprotected, not on the 40-man roster, can be taken by another team. And if they are, they have to stay on the big league roster with that new team for the entire year or offered back to the old team. And $50,000 will get you the player. If you have to give it back, it's $25,000 if you want to send them out. Got to be offered back to the original team. Santana was a Rule 5 selection, so it got us thinking. You know, who are the all-time great steals in the Rule 5 draft? This is how far back it goes. Hack Wilson of the Cubs, George, the diminutive slugger, a Hall of Famer. He was a Rule 5 selection. That's in there, 3 and 2.
Amazing.
Yeah. Monty Irvin, Elroy Face, Roberto Clemente, George Bell, Darrell Evans, Jose Batista, who's slugging all those home runs now for Toronto. 3-2 back up the middle and on through. A base hit for Dexter. Just the 3rd knock for the Rockies. Bobby Bonilla, the Wild Thing, Mitch Williams. Here's the swing.
Yeah, nice job of taking that ball right back out of the middle. Big 6'11" guy on the mound tried to kick save it. Didn't happen.
And one more for you. Rule 5 selection. Josh Hamilton.
Well,
there were reasons behind that.
A lot.
Off the field reasons. Former #1 pick in the draft by Tampa. Cargo, a single, a walk, and he reached on an error by Daniel Murphy. He has 2 stolen bases in the game. If the Rockies can generate something against this Mets bullpen. You got a couple guys firing in the Mets pen. Matt Belisle's up in the Rockies bullpen. 2-0. John Roush, George, you made your living in the bullpen. He's about due to have a clunker too.
That's usually what happens. You run off about 9 or 10 of those in a row, then all of a sudden everything starts backing up, and it's not a fun day.
3-0 with Tulowitzki on deck. And on 4 pitches, Cargo walks. Here comes Tulowitzki. And Dan Worthen will go to the mound. Just the second time in the game, the Rockies have 2 men on against New York.
Registration has begun for the inaugural Rockies Youth Baseball Camp at Coors Field. Roster spots are limited, so call 303 Rockies to sign up now. Tulowitzki, 5 appearances against Mr. Roush. He's 0 for 5. Kadyr's in the on-deck circle. He's 0 for 3. Mets 3 for 12. Rockies 0 for 8. That's with runners in scoring position in today's ball game.
Strike on Troy. Tulowitzki, line drive to center field. Ground ball to third. Another fly ball to center field. Great speed on base. If Tulo can hit a gap. Another strike. Troy didn't care for that call by home plate umpire Paul Emmett. Both in virtually the same spot. They were in the forward strike zone.
Well, it's a pitcher's pitch. I mean, you're not going to do a whole lot with that slider.
Two outs. Both runners move up, and Kadir will come to the plate. Roush, after walking Cargo, made 3 outstanding pitches to get Tulowitzki. Kadir 0 for 2 and a walk. Todd Helton with the pitcher spot up next. He's on deck 2-0. He gets an opportunity that will get a rise out of this crowd. Tim Burdak is warming up for Helton. Two outs in the 8th inning. 2 runners in scoring position. Kadir at the plate, the 2-1. Boy, he painted that corner again.
Well, he's turned into more of that. He was a very powerful pitcher in his younger days. I mean, 95, 98 type powerful. Now he's developed a slow curveball from time in the American League along with a hard slider. I'd have a little gripe too if I was Kadir.
That just missed at 91. Look at that.
Not going to that inner half in a power area, is he? Keep everything on that outer half of the plate to make you beat me with something out there.
And even with 2 strikes, you got to look out there. You're protected, but he has not ventured into any hitter yet. Slow curveball misses. Bases loaded. Helton's going to be coming up, and Collins going to have to make a pitching change. Terry's not even waiting. There's Peyton Manning. He gets to root on his buddy here in a moment. So Roush walks off. Burdak will come on when we come back. Bases loaded. Todd Helton representing the tying run.
time here, and so I knew how great of a city it was, and certainly what a great sports town it was. But Todd didn't have to make a hard sell. I mean, they were a team I was interested in, and obviously getting to know the football side of it. So, but it's nice having some friends here, like Todd and John Lynch and Stokely, some guys that I knew prior to coming here.
Peyton Manning has been around the club a lot because of his close friendship with Todd Helton through the years. He also got to visit with R.A. Dickey, who he was in Tennessee with before the ball game. Eric Decker, if you missed it earlier, was taking batting practice. Wide receiver and quarterback developing a close relationship. And Decker would be smart to hang near Peyton Manning. The drama right now is for Todd Helton. Pinch hitting.
Helton in his career 7 for 57 as a pinch hitter, but the National League, the Rockies are third this season with an average of 308, 8 for 26.
Burdack is in. Bases are loaded, and the first pitch misses, ball one.
Helton 0 for 3 in his career versus Burdack. I would assume that he would take the baseball to the outer half of the plate. That's been a pattern of the Mets pitching with men on base.
Fowler, Gonzalez, and Kadire. And that's a strike, 1-1.
The Rockies this year 3 for 11. Total 10 RBIs with the bases loaded. Of course, the big one coming the other day with the man on deck and Ramon Hernandez when he hit his 7th grand slam.
One ball and 2 strikes. Decker's got the rally cap going. Two and 2. Todd last night 1 for 3 and a walk, an RBI double. On Friday he had a triple and a pair of singles. 2-2. High and deep right field. Way back. We got ourselves a tie game. Pinch hit. Grand slam. Number 17. First guy out of his chair, Peyton Manning. How do you like that?
Well, put a step in yours. That'll wake Todd Helton.
Another grand moment for Todd Helton. Home run number 351 of Helton's great career. 4-4 game. And what did Peyton think? That a baby. I've seen it before.
Roush just can only look. Well, it's not a lonely fraternity. There's a lot of guys that have looked at Todd Helton when he swung the bat and done the things that he has done in baseball. Or look at that, foot down, turn it on that inside pitch. Just rotating everything and giving him what he had to do in his 6th career grand slam, 2nd pinch hit, home run.
We have seen him his entire career. It's been our great privilege to call virtually every game he has played. And I'll tell you what, there's a curtain call for a man who hates talking about himself.
Yes, he does.
George, I have goosebumps, and I know it's April 29th, but that was another special moment. I don't know how this thing will turn out, but man, that was neat.
That was really neat to watch Todd turn around and perform like that. It reminds you of some of those great moments in 07 off Saito with the walk-off home run. Those type of things and moments and excitement that he has brought to this organization and this community and this state in the game of baseball. Then he had to go down and ask Trace, hey, do I got to go play defense too? I need to go get my glove.
Bobby Parnell, oh, by the way, is now in the ball game. Burdak quietly removed. Well, this big crowd was going nuts. Now Ramon Hernandez at the plate. Why not go back to back? Just take care of business.
That'd be nice.
That was the 6th pinch hit grand slam in Rockies history. The first since '98. And former catcher Jeff Reed did it. 1-1. Todd Helton off the bench, pinch hit grand slam. 1-2 on Hernandez. What an April for 17. And Parnell strikes out Hernandez, but it's a whole new Sunday afternoon at 20th and Blake. 2 outs, bases jammed. Todd Helton at the plate. Boy, did he ever deliver. 4-4 as we go to the 9th. StubHub. Hey fans, want to be here in person the next time your Rockies take the field? Just head to StubHub and choose your seats today. By Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. By Ford F-Series, built stronger, built better, built Ford tough. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. Not much happening for the Rockies until there were 2 gone in the 8th inning. And old number 17 enjoying an afternoon off, stepped to the plate and hit one in the seats. A grand slam to tie this thing at 4 as we go to the 9th. And Helton will stay in the ball game and play first base. Colvin out, Betancourt's on in the 9th. And coming up after the Rockies complete this come from behind victory will be Jenny Cavnar. Jenny?
I like your thinking, Drew. You mentioned number 17, I should say, in a pinch with his good luck charm. Number 18, Peyton Manning, in the stands to watch him tie this game up with a grand slam. And then what about the Raging Bulls? This Rockies bullpen has been asked to cover 13 innings in this series once they finish up the 9th here so far. They have done it all. We'll talk about them and break down this game coming up in the Toyota postgame show. And, of course, we'll let you listen in to the manager, Jim Tracy, and get you set for the Dodgers coming to town tomorrow.
If they do pull this off, Jenny, you're going to have some folks behind you throughout that Toyota postgame show, I'm sure. So David Wright will lead it off against Rafael Betancourt. Betancourt's been terrific so far. He's facing a guy, though, the toughest outs in the National League. He's faced twice and hasn't retired him. Wright is 2 for 2 with a bomb.
Well, there hadn't been a whole lot of people getting him out on the road this year either, hitting .500 out on the road. His average sits .365 right now.
David Wright, Lucas Duda, and Scott Hairston. Last couple times Wright's numbers come up, the Rockies have walked him, once intentionally and once sort of intentionally. What's the expiration date on 17's dramatic moments in his career? He's going to be 39 in August.
Probably the last day he decides to put the uniform on.
He'll go Ted Williams on us, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He'll get a home run in his final AB. That would be a fitting conclusion. 2-1. Two and two. Set up away, 2-2. Ooh, where is that? Where is that?
Had to be down in the strike zone.
No, what? Yeah, look at number 5.
Yeah, not according to the court strike zone. It's not down. It hit right in the mitt, right where you want it.
David Wright, that's that deep breath that, you know, they'll look off like, yeah, it's down. They're just hoping the umpire's not ringing him up. Paul Emmel missed that.
A lot of times umpires with a high setup, see his eye angle straight across here, have a difficult time on the low pitch because of where they set up behind the plate.
A rare walk allowed by Betancourt. Just the second he's allowed this year. I mean, he's always in single digits at the end of the year. Lucas Duda at the plate. 0 for 3 and a walk. Duda. This Met team, George, coming into the year with all the off the field stuff, financial woes of the Wilpon family, everybody figured this could be a 95 to 100 loss team. And I know it's just April. I understand it's a marathon. 2-0.
They're a better team than a 100 loss team. I can tell you that.
They're a much better team. This team grinds out at bats. Even with the loss of Pelfrey, they're gonna pitch a little bit. Betancourt's frustrated with Emil. He doesn't show it typically. Hernandez kind of wanders out.
Well, and you know what, Paul? Emil's doing the right thing as an umpire as far as standing back here and let the two have their conversation and not go to the mound and cost the Rockies their closer late in the game because of something that might be said.
On Duda. Runner going, and a ground ball to second. Nice job by Scudero. He kept his feet because Terry Collins put David Wright in motion. He's in scoring position in a 4-4 game with 1 out.
Second time they've pulled that. Back in the 7th inning, Wright walked again and then took off and a ground ball to second base. The Rockies were able to work out of that. Scotty Harrison flied out to right. Mike Davis struck out. Harrison, one of the few guys that have had some action against Betancourt. He's 0 for 2 in his career. Stay out again. The outer half of the plate's going to be your friend when you're facing some of these guys late in ball games because their thought process of how they work.
Good speed at second and right. 1 out. Scudero trying to keep him close. He's about 10-12 feet from the bag.
Well, he stole third earlier in the ball game. Not to say that he would not do that again.
On the inside corner. Now the thing about Raphael, he's easy to run on, George, because he doesn't slide step.
Well, there's 1 out too, so that may be if he can get enough lead, get it jumping with the slide step, and and the timing to the plate. Without that slide step, it gives more time to the runner, and it may be a situation where Wright tries to take advantage. With fly ball would give him the lead.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He started for a moment and then shut it down. The irony of this situation is we've talked about David Wright, phrase running it today, and having success. The Mets all season long have only 6 stolen bases.
Yeah, and Wright's got a couple of those in this ball game. He'd been thrown out 3 other times.
David Wright's a lot like Cargo and Tulowitzki. There's not a facet of the game that they don't excel in. Betancourt and Hernandez with the runner at second come out and visit again. Who was the first, George, you think, to do that? Put the glove in front because of cameras.
Sometime in the mid-90s, maybe.
Yeah, because you didn't do it, did you?
No. Unless Cerrone had bad breath there. Oh boy, that right side wide open, and pretty good job with that pickoff at second base.
That's a balk. Yeah, you know what? I thought it was. I was watching that
Too
thing.
much hesitation on the front side, wasn't there? Picked it up like he was going to go home, then wheeled to make the turn back.
Yeah, that was definitely a balk.
See, watch this. Watch the leg right here. See, when he picks it up, let's watch. Set position. Scudero's going to make the move on a look back to the plate. There it is. So he put the foot down as if he was going to third. If he would have gone ahead and spun completely around, balk would not have been called.
Now you got to bring the infield in. Hairston 1-2. Hairston will punch out. He has struck out a third of his at-bats this year.
Third on a team in strikeouts.
Strike 3 on the inside corner. That was large. 2 outs. Infield can drop back. And Ike Davis will come up.
Managers never like to see a guy drag their bat back to the plate with a 2-strike count and a runner at third and 1 out, tied game. But that's exactly what happened to Scott Hairston. A great pitch, a running fastball to Hairston, who's looking breaking ball, obviously. When Ike Davis came up, remember all the early heroics in his career, the home runs, the long home runs. Since that time, and at bats when a game's in the latter part of the ball game, meaning the last 3 innings, and a close score, say late and close is what we call this batting average, he's hitting .210.
He's a guy that looks to yank everything. On Davis. Tardy with the swing at 91. It's 1-1. Terry Collins believes that his slow start from Davis, George, is a byproduct of all of the missed action with the myriad of injuries a year ago. He didn't have anywhere near a full season.
Ankle injuries, plus they thought he had valley fever in spring training, so they're very careful with his workload there. His father Ron, they live in the Arizona Phoenix area in the offseason.
1-1. 2-1. Top of the 9th inning. If you're just joining us, the Mets dominated. They were up 4-0 in the 8th. Johan Santana was virtually unhittable for 6 innings. Just a couple of hits for Colorado. And then the Rockies loaded the bases last inning. Todd Helton came up to pinch hit against Tim Burdak. Behind in the count. He hit one in the seats to tie it. Grand slam. Outside, 3-1. And we got a better hitter on deck in Josh Thole. So if you're wondering, well, is Betancourt pitching around Davis? Thole's a left-handed bat also, but is a guy that is going to hit for a higher average than Davis. Three-1. Line drive, right at Scudero. And Betancourt works out of it off camera. Ike Davis threw his helmet about 40 feet in frustration. David Wright left at third. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th. The Rockies looking for just one. We're tied at 4. Todd Helton, a pinch hit grand slam. Thought he was going to get the day off too, didn't he, George?
Yes, he did, but I am so glad they rang his card, told him to go check in and go to work.
Grady Little could have given him a high five as he walked out to the mound to go get Tim Burdack. See right there, that's a lot of emotion from 17. Generally keeps it pretty close to the vest. Ninth inning, Bobby Parnell, who got the final out in the 8th inning, remains on the hill for the Mets. Chris Nelson will lead it off. Eric Young in the on-deck circle. And the first pitch misses. Nelly a double back in the 5th inning. He walked in the 3rd, grounded to 2nd in the 7th. There's Junior. He's been magical this year. 1-1. Santana was tremendous for 6 innings. He'll get a no decision. So will Jamie Moyer. This is on the ground to 2nd. Murphy stumbles, but recovers in time to throw out Nelson. So here comes Junior. Well, make sure you contact us via text message if you want an alert. When the Rockies score 7 or more runs, text the keyword taco to 720-720 for your Rockies taco special, only at Taco Bell. Young pinch hit yesterday and smoked a line drive, but it was right at Ruben Tejada.
How about Friday night when he pinch hit? How about this? I mean, Swindon's going along like it's just a day in the park against the Rockies. Gets a ground ball. Oh no, high throw. I'm going to slide up safe. Open the floodgates up. Matt Palaio's throwing for the Rockies in their bullpen.
Hey, I got to correct something, George. I think I called Terry Collins Grady Little.
You did, but I didn't want to bring it up. I was just going to let you flow with it.
How'd I work Grady Little into
I
this
don't
ball
have
game?
any idea.
There's Terry. 2-0. Well, Terry Collins could have given Helton a high five. Grady Little, I mean, he'd have to have really long arms. And last time we saw Grady, his arms.
Well, he's in North Carolina
long.
hanging out right now. Anyway, it won't matter.
And EY fouls that into the upper deck. 2-2. Three and 2. I guarantee you this, the last guy Bobby Parnell wants to put on is Eric Young. Scudero on deck, 1 out in the 9th. 4-4 game. Parnell, George, two seaming a little bit more. He can still reach back and get upper 90s. That was 97 on the black.
Yeah, he's got that in his arsenal. I think last year he went back just to get a little more work, develop that secondary stuff. When he went back to the minor leagues for a little bit, it was almost 3 weeks before they brought him back to kind of make sure that he was on track. But his numbers against the Rockies have not been that good.
Identical pitch. An identical result. 2 outs, and Scudero will come up. $36,690 at Coors Field on a Sunday afternoon. Scudero, big chopper to short, and we'll go extra innings. Tied at 4. Mr. Reliable Matt Belisle will be on. It's 8, 9, and 1 in the Mets lineup. First extra inning ball game for the Rockies here in 2012. The Mets are 0-1 in extra frames. That worked Friday night. Just once in the last 4 days, so he's well rested. Josh Thole will lead it off. A home run and 3 punch outs for Thole in the game. Take strike 1. Thole came into the ball game, George, having struck out only 7 times and 53 at bats.
He always puts it on the ball of play. Seems like you look at his stride is longer, you know what I mean, stance is a little bit longer, hands are high, but when the ball comes, he really gets set well. Watch everything quiet down. Really studies it.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Lyle's special for this Rocky ball club all year long. Totally 0 for 2 against him. Excuse me, 0 for 3 against Matt Belisle.
Ground ball left side. Low throw. Helton's there. No problem. Nelson. His throw was in the dirt, and Todd could care less about that.
Nice play. Gather your feet this time, though. See how he gathered so well? I mean, that ball spun him around, but then Todd, that's kind of easy. That's a short scoop for Todd.
Mike Baxter's the pinch hitter. He takes a strike.
Well, it's the first time the Rocks have gone extra innings. The Mets 0-1 so far this year. Is what Dougie just passed to me.
Two-strike count on Baxter. Dodgers have taken a 2-0 lead in the 8th against Washington. That was scoreless through 6. Dodgers on their way to town after their ball game with Washington. 2-2. Rockies in the bottom of the 10th will have Fowler, Gonzalez, Tulowitzki. Look out. Giants won. They beat San Diego 4-1. Giants now 12-10.
Boy, he is hanging in there tough against Block. Good fastball, back to back, 90 then 91. One cut, one sink. Looks like the Mets will turn the corner, go to Ramon Ramirez and come in the ball game.
There's Ramon. This ball's in the air, right center field. Gallo fielded on a hop, and it's a one-out single for the pinch hitter Baxter. Top of the order, Kirk Neuenhuis. Rockies have been out hit 14-4, but we're tied at 4 in the 10th inning. Santana, no runs, 2 hits in 6 innings. Moyer gave up 4 runs on 11 hits in 5 innings. No decisions for both of those guys. Neuenhuis 2 for 5. That's been pretty aggressive in this game. You put Baxter in motion.
And why not try to create, open up some holes, get some things going. Guy at the plate doesn't strike out a whole lot.
Baxter out of the Padre organization a couple years ago, 22 bags in AAA, 0-2.
Elevated fastball on the hands, a little bit cut to it even. Shadows play in the favor now of a pitcher when you start to see that light tower start to settle right here over that home plate area.
And this is sliced to left, and this is a problem. Baxter's going to get a green light. The throw to the plate, there won't be one. Baxter scores on a double by Neuenhuis. So the former Denver Christian standout produces an opposite field double on an 0-2 pitch to give the Mets a 5-4 lead.
sliced that slider down into the left field corner. He had pulled an awful lot of these pitches. He had already put his stride forward when he sliced this ball to left field. Now it's going to tail away because he's a left-handed batter from Gonzalez. Now Tulowitzki's going to go out. I thought they had a play till right now. When Tulo caught the ball, he bobbled it. When they had the bobble, not saying he would have gotten Baxter if he'd been able to exchange cleanly. It would have been a very close play. But I would have liked to have seen the speed of Baxter challenging the arm of a clean exchange of Tulowitzki.
Ruben Tejada 3 for 4, actually 3 for 5. He reached on an error by Chris Nelson in his last at bat.
Yeah, look one more time at this exchange right into Tulowitzki, and he went down to catch it, and once he did, grip popped out. I'm not sure he'd had to play anyway. It would have been close though.
Tejada ground ball to Tulo, and he can go to third. That's a ill-advised play. Thank you very much, Kirk Neuenhuis, because if he doesn't go, I don't know, as good as Troy is, as strong an arm as he has, with Tejada running, I don't know if he gets him at first where that baseball was.
Yeah, I don't think it. It's not hit hard enough either. You know, it's over into the whole area. Neuenhuis gets some high fives, obviously, for driving in the run, but a rookie mistake here. Ball's hit out in front of him. On Friday night, he snuck to third on a play like this. This ball was hit more towards the third baseman. So Tulowitzki just came up an easy decision. Heads up by Nelson, not to be a spectator. Get to the bag and anticipate that play.
Yeah, great point, George, because your first action, if you're Chris Nelson, the ball's in the hole, he's moving to his left, but he recovered. Neuenhuis upset with himself. If he doesn't cross over, it may very well be first and second, one out. Instead, Tejada is at first, 2 outs. Strike on Murphy, 1-1. Murphy, a couple hits and 5 trips. On the ground to second. We'll go to the bottom of the 10th inning. The Rockies trailing 5-4. Leading off, Dexter Fowler, Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki. 4.
Enjoy the day, Phil. Enjoy the day.
You know what,
Get a little rally going. Have a seat.
He's good, but that's what happens after a couple batches of cotton candy, a little ice cream, some Cracker Jacks. Frank Francisco is on.
Giving up 5 of his last 6 appearances, giving up a run as he did last night in the ball game.
Dexter Fowler, who he'll face to begin the inning, took him deep last night.
Still 5 for 5 in save opportunities. Terry Collins is much like Jim Tracy getting to the bottom of that bullpen. They just have Acosta and Ramirez left after Francisco. There's no left-handers left in their bullpen. The Rockies have Reynolds and Rogers.
On Dex. 15 hits for the Mets, just 4 for the Rockies. But if they can produce a couple runs here, that won't matter. One and 2. Ground ball to first. Davis, 1 out.
You always have that feeling with these 2 guys coming up, Gonzalez to Tulowitzki. Make a mistake with a pitch and tie a ball game in a hurry.
Enormous gap in right center field. Neuenhuis shaded to left center. The first pitch to Cargo misses. Cargo's been on all 4 times today. Single walk, reached on an error by the second baseman Murphy, and another walk. He was on board when Helton hit the pinch hit grand slam in the 8th. Two and 0.
Shifted over even farther now on a 2-0 count, cheating on the fastball. That's what they're anticipating. They're outfield.
High and deep. Is it high enough? Yes. Tie ball game. Carlos Gonzalez with a 1-iron. 5-5.
Was a laser.
Decker and Manning have gotten their money's worth today. You talk about dramatic home runs.
Off the bat, you're thinking that double? Is this going to hit high enough on the wall? Does it have enough air? Can it get up? You bet it got up. It right on top of that scoreboard. It scooted right up that highway. To a lot of fans' delight here.
5-5.
Just hit another one and go home.
That's what I'm saying. That's what nearly 40,000 are saying. Well, Troy is going to reach on an infield hit. Winning runs aboard with 1 out.
count on Carlos Gonzalez. A high leg kick and in the hands and the load to the backside. That front foot hits. Oh my. There was some thunder coming through that zone. Watch when this ball hits the top of this thing. Everybody, I'll catch it, and then nobody wants it. Look, it shoots right up that aisleway, up into the concourse area.
That was high enough by inches. Kadire chases up in the zone at 94. It's 0-1. He's a guy, if you look at his young career, Carlos Gonzalez, he performs well in big moments, clutch moments. Strike 2 on Kadire. That was Cargo's 4th home run. All have either tied the game or given the Rockies the lead. 4 home runs, 16 driven in, which leads the team for Gonzalez. 5-5. 1 out, Tulowitzki on first. 10th inning. 0-2 on Kadire. Pitcher spot due up next. The Rockies have only 1 player left, and that is, or excuse me, it's Todd Helton's spot. I got to correct that. He's at first base. Pitcher spot 4 doors down. Our book's looking ugly. Once you get to extra frames, George, a lot of crossouts. Good job by Kadire. Outfield playing no doubles, naturally trying to prevent Tulowitzki from scoring the winning run. Their backs are virtually against the wall. That's a good block by Toley.
You know, you measure a lot of times players' great success that they have on the field as a hitter. What do you do late in games when it's really close? We mentioned Ike Davis 210. Carlos Gonzalez average with the Rockies since 2009 when it's late and close, 304.
One and two. This guy's already had a big effect on that Rockies clubhouse and out on the diamond. He's had a good month of April.
Shadows.
This time.
Shadows got that pitch. I guarantee you he didn't see the ball up in the zone like that.
Crowd standing. Here comes Helton again. In the 8th inning, off the bench against Tim Burdack with the bases loaded, trailing 4-0. He said, "We ain't trailing anymore." 6th career slam. Pitch cut way inside. Toley's made 2 good stops, George, to keep Tulowitzki out of scoring position.
He has done that very well. 3 for 16. Throwing out base stealers. A little worse than that now with the 2 stolen bases by Gonzalez today. 3 for 18. Tulowitzki get a jump on a pitch and go.
I just don't see that though, George. I mean, if it's Eric Young, but you're not going to take the risk of getting thrown out with Todd at the plate.
He's got to hit a home run to score him, a ball all the way into the gap. Todd doesn't, it's got to be something really deep otherwise. These guys are playing deep in the outfield.
3-0. Ramon Hernandez is on deck. 5-5. Mets got a run at the top of the 10th. Carlos Gonzalez homered with 1 out in the bottom of the 10th.
I'd film it too, because you just never know.
Ball 4, and now the winning run to second, and the veteran Ramon Hernandez will come to the plate. 0 for 4. Frank Francisco didn't want any part of Todd Helton, and who could blame him?
I wouldn't want to face him either, not in these situations here. And he's telling Collins, hey, you know, or telling Dan Wortham, did you see what he did a couple innings ago? Why would I give him a strike then? All right, I'm a little more comfortable going after Hernandez. So going back to the dugout, and I'll do my best here. That was the intentional, unintentional. All right, so going back down there. Don't worry about it.
That'd be entertaining if that's how that conversation went. I don't know if it did, but it'd be entertaining.
Yeah, I know.
Hernandez just 2 at-bats lifetime against Frank Francisco. Tulowitzki with a good-sized lead. Hernandez, man, he got a pitch up and to his liking.
But you know, that was such a big swing, a powerful swing, a walk-off swing. Hey, you just need a little flutter to right.
The outfield trying to take away the bloop single. The Mets have employed that strategy throughout this series. Neuenhuis is shortened up. Hairston is shortened up. 1-1. You know, this is one of the reasons Dan O'Dowd made some of the changes he did in the offseason. I know it didn't work this particular bat for Kadire, but now you got Hernandez, guys that have been in this situation a number of times.
Yeah, veteran leadership.
Popped up.
Oh my, who wants this?
Davis flips the shades and made the catch. And we will go to the 11th inning because Carlos Gonzalez hit an absolute rocket out of the ballpark to right. 5-5. We play on. Following Root Sports on Facebook and Twitter. We want to hear from you. Tell us which series you have most enjoyed watching this season. Well, this one's been entertaining. 18-9 Rockies on Friday. Last night the Mets prevailed 7-5. Rockies in the 8th inning trailed 4-0, and Todd Helton hit a grand slam off the bench. Rockies trailed 5-4 in the 10th. Cargo tied it. So here we are in the 11th inning with George Frazier and Mark Stout. I'm Drew Goodman. Matt Belisle stays in the ball game. David Wright in the 11th. Lucas Duda and Scott Hairston for the Metropolitans.
Wright has seen Matt Belisle more than any other Met. 13 at bats, 6 hits. Seems like he hits everybody. Is he any good? Seems like every time something pops up here, it's always 420, 415, 500 on the road.
And not to show disrespect for, say, Lucas Duda, but it's not like he's got Barry Bonds sitting behind him.
Right.
3-1.
Yesterday, Dougie looked up. He's all-time leader in doubles, RBIs. He's 3rd in home runs. Talking about David Wright.
Ground ball, base hit. I suppose that beats the alternative, though.
Yes.
Him hitting one in the seats,
yes,
which he's eminently capable of doing. So a leadoff single for Wright, who has looked to run frequently in this series. And Matt Belisle, who is as astute as anybody working in a bullpen in baseball, you know he's aware of that. So here's Lucas Duda, 0 for 4 and a walk. The walk came way back in the 1st inning. And back-to-back singles.
Gotta watch Wright. They were pretty deep. He's going to go on Dexter.
That's a very good read. It's called, you know, if your kid watching right now, George, what you just described, know where the outfield is playing.
Sure.
Not only know arm strength, but know where they're aligned.
Well, this way you know how to go, how hard you need to go into second base on a base hit. If they're deep and they're playing a little bit to the right, that ball's to the left to second, don't hesitate, move. You know, and that's exactly what Wright did. 1st and 3rd now against Matt Belisle. Harrison had a chance earlier and struck out. The Mets 3 for 15, the Rockies 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position.
This always puts the infield in a quandary up the middle. 1st and 3rd, nobody out. You have to play it inside a double play depth and not quite in. So they're a couple of steps off the dirt. The dirt to Scott Hairston.
You smell Rogers firing in the bullpen for the Rockies.
This Mets team has produced 47 hits in 3 games, 17 today. Chop to 3rd. They'll get the out there, and Wright has to hold. Well done by Chris Nelson. So it's 1st and 3rd, 1 out. And with Ike Davis up, now you can drop back to more conventional double play depth.
Watch Nelly. He's going to be able to backhand this and then fake the tag on Wright and still go to second base to make sure he got the force there. Scudero thinking just 1 out. He wanted to make sure they got 1 either at second or at first base.
You know, Jim Tracy's been asked a lot about Jordan Pacheco, and Jordan is doing a great job. He's playing 3rd primarily down in Colorado Springs. He's swinging the bat great. George and I have described that, around 450. But the reason he wanted him down there is not that he was rough fielding the ball or necessarily throwing it. It was understanding situations so they're second nature. Nelly did a great job. Balls around the bag. He made sure he faked the tag at right. get the out at second, and then Scudero knows he's got to check that runner again.
Yep, sure did. He played it perfectly.
Know what you're going to do.
You have to.
Before it happens.
But it's not just on a ball hit directly at you. You've got A, B, and C, and you got to be ready to react to those in a split second.
1-1 on Davis. Davis doesn't run well, so if Matt Belisle can get one on the ground here, he can wiggle out of this. Ground ball toward the hole and on through. Wright scores 6-5. That's what Terry Collins was saying the other day about Ike Davis. He said he's going to struggle until he learns to go the other way.
6 for 32 now with runners in scoring position. A minute ago you mentioned on the line drive right at Scudero, and he firing his helmet 40 feet. Here off Belisle, he's able to sneak a ball away from him that's up in the zone through the left side of the infield with just one out in the game to give the Mets a 6-5 lead.
Tolley at the plate, 1 for 5, a home run back in the 5th inning. That made it 4-0 New York at the time. Strike on the curveball. So the Mets have scored 1 in the 10th, 1 in the 11th. And you ask who's coming up for the Rockies in the bottom half of the inning. Chris Nelson. And then a pinch hitter in Marco Scudero. The only man left on the Rockies bench is Willeen Rosario. See if the Rockies can turn it over here. There's 1, there's 2. But the Mets get a run, and they take a 6-5 lead. Now you got to cross out Valdespin on there also, because he just came in the ball game at second base. Ike Davis has come out, and Daniel Murphy has moved to first. New pitcher for the Mets, a former Rocky, Ramon Ramirez. Chris Nelson will lead off, and then Willeen Rosario, the last man, position player-wise, on Jim Tracy's bench, will pinch hit.
You see the left-handed bats and what they've done and what this guy's been able to do. 9 strikeouts, 12 2/3, 16 hits given up. He will come right at you in the strike zone. It'll be a 2-pitch mix, a hard fastball that'll range 90 to 93, and a very good sinker that'll go along with that hard slider.
Here's Valdespin at second. Murphy slides one spot over. Outside on Nelson. Chris walking a double today. 1 for 3. As I mentioned, Rosario on deck. 1-1. In the top of the order. Dodgers won that ball game 2-0 against Washington. Two and two. Dodgers will come to town with a 16-6 record, leading the National League West. Best record in the National League.
We talked about surprises in baseball. You have to look at the Washington Nationals at 14-7 and a game lead. Baltimore Orioles would be another club you'd look, but I think the Los Angeles Dodgers, I don't think anybody anticipated 16-6.
One out. And Rosario will come up. Well, what you hope here, George, is that Ramirez, who's still a power guy, will challenge Rosario.
And make a mistake.
Well, Willeen will hit that fastball. He can hit it far. Like a lot of young hitters, still adjusting when the ball is spun. Naturally, that's what Ramirez does initially, but it missed, so it's 1-0.
Ramirez does have 8 career saves, mostly a setup man. He had 4 last
year. In the air to fairly deep center field, but Rosario got under it just a bit. It's the second out. Two outs, nobody on. Marco Scutaro will try to pass the baton. Rockies trailing 6-5. Fowler's on deck. Here's the 1-0 to Scutaro. Marco 0 for 5. Brought a 7-game hitting streak to the park today. High drive, deep left field. Did Marco get it? Not quite. And the Mets prevail in 11, 6-5. What a roller coaster ride that was, particularly from the 8th inning on. Helton tied it with a pinch hit grand slam. Cargo tied it in the 10th with a home run. But ultimately the Rockies fall 6-5. Marco knew he got it pretty good. Not quite enough. Frank Francisco gets the win. He's 1-1. Matt Belisle takes the loss. He's 1-2. And Ramirez gets his first save of the year, working a 1-2-3 11th inning. Tonight's delivery of the game, or today's delivery of the game, is brought to you by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. Visit jimmyjohns.com to find a location near you. That's the game-winning hit. Mike Davis, normally a pull hitter, slapped it through the left side of the infield past a diving Chris Nelson. And the Mets go on to win 6-5. The Toyota postgame show is up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow here against the